The session will start with a recitation from the Holy Quran given by Mr. Majid Asekli.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. هو الذي يريكم آياته وينزل لكم من السماء رزقا وما يتذكر إلا من ينيب فادعوا الله مخلصين له الدين ولو كره الكافرون. رفيع الدرجات ذو العرش يلقي الروح من أمره على من يشاء من عباده لينذر يوم التلاق يوم هم بارزون لا يخفى على الله منهم شيء. لمن الملك اليوم لله الواحد القهار. اليوم تجزى كل نفس بما كسبت لا ظلم اليوم إن الله سريع الحساب. وأنذرهم يوم الآزفة إذ القلوب لدى الحناجر كاظمين ما للظالمين من حميم ولا شفيع يطاع. يعلم خائنة الأعين وما تخفي الصدور والله يقضي بالحق والذين يدعون من دونه لا يقضون بشيء إن الله هو السميع البصير.
I invite His Excellency Dr. Ahmed Yumani, PSU Rector, to give the opening address.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning to you all. It is a great pleasure for all of us here at PSU, and we are indeed pleased and delighted to have with us His Highness Prince Bandar bin Abdullah al-Mashari Al Saud, the Minister of Interior Assistant for Information Technology. And I also, we welcome our distinguished scholars and guests here in Riyadh. We welcome you all here to PSU, and we thank you for coming such a long way to be here with us and to participate in an important conference, not only to the kingdom, but also to the whole region. The 6th International Conference on Data Science and Machine Learning Applications. Before making a few more remarks, we would naturally like to thank the organizers, PSU's College of Computer and Information Sciences. Once again, that talented team has succeeded in bringing together on a common platform local, regional, and international academics, researchers, and practitioners to share and discuss important issues and exchange of ideas in regards to recent development in machine learning application with new ways to explore and interpret data science. There is a history of PSU's interest and work in regards to data science with the establishment of Prince Migrin Center for Data Mining, MIGDAM. In 2010, jointly MIGDAM and CCIS launched the first symposium on data mining application, which became the annual event ever since. This will be the 6th run of this event, with its new title, the International Conference on Data Science and Machine Learning Application. This is apropos given the growth and richness of this enlarged two-day scholarly gathering. Today, this conference is attracting many high-qualified papers that are later published in IEEE. On that note, it is worth mentioning that just 2 days ago, the 3rd Annual Conference on Women in Data Science, WITS, was held on PSU's campus for women. A salute is warranted here to the CCS research labs. Not surprisingly, one of them is titled the Data Science and Data Analytics Lab. Other kinsmen are the Robotics and Internet of Things Lab, the Emerging Intelligence Autonomous Systems Lab, and the Security Engineering Lab. The above quadrant have been heavily involved in conducting data science and artificial intelligence research. Princeton University's lab are developing cutting-edge AI solutions in serving fields including healthcare, public transportation, national security and safety, Hajj and Umrah application, aerial and ground unmanned systems, smart agriculture, social networks, sentiment analysis, to name a few. Such events as the CDMA and the WITS, along with CCIS cluster labs, illustrate how data science is integrated into PSU's research. So much of the past and the present on those frontiers, we need also to thank those scholars who will be speaking and making presentation and participation in forums today and tomorrow. For those from PSU and local institutions, let me congratulate you on your work and sharing your knowledge. For our regional and international guest speakers, let me reiterate our warm welcome and to accompany my thanks. At PSU, our aim is to be at the forefront of higher education in the kingdom. One of the primary goals is to broaden the technical research horizon and to stimulate discussion and social activities that will prompt engagement and collaboration, not only for our faculty and students, but also among the community at large. I applaud the College of Computer Information and Science for taking the initiative and teaming with the IEEE. It might be a great idea for the College of Computer and Information Sciences to make this conference an annual event as the Kingdom's Vision 2030 approaches. As many of you know, that the Kingdom's Vision 2030 has been the talk of the nation for the past 3 years. The Saudi Vision 2030 is the guiding light for the Kingdom's economic and social transformation and program reforms. It was launched on April 2016. It is ambitious, aspiring, aggressive, audacious, and comprehensive. It is breaking all paradigms, generating momentum and marshaling energy en route to a prosperous and sustainable future for the kingdom. Not only for the kingdom, but its effect will spread wide throughout the region and beyond. We have already seen the fruits of the delivery approach as we move from concept to reality. Today, some of these effects and deliverables have been seen and felt on the ground. The essence of PSU's mission as a contributor to the Kingdom's vision is to unlock the talent and potential of the Saudi young men and women and improve their employability. Thus, PSU provides quality education and professional training to the highest international standards. This is in line with the human capital development programs, the quintessential element of the Kingdom's Vision 2030. I am proud to say that we have many successful Saudi men and women graduates who are now working in a very high position in the public and private sectors. They are the true testaments to the quality of our academic and technical training programs. It is safe to say that these academic and technical training programs do reflect and are in a perfect harmony with the wisdom and thrust of the Kingdom's Vision 2030. The vision calls on the private sectors, both national and international, to work together and provide programs that are key to the principle of learning for working. This is a vital step to ensure the Kingdom's economy to thrive and to have a sustainable economic growth and prosperity. Last but not the least, I would like to reiterate our thanks to our sponsor, Saudi Investment Bank, and to acknowledge the many colleagues who devoted their time and talent in organizing and making this event international conference an overwhelming successful event. Our appreciation also goes to our distinguished speakers, to our keynote speakers, panelists, reviewers, the local committees, and all members who contributed to the success of this conference. In closing, we would also naturally like to feel that we have not only made friends with some of the leading experts in the field, but that this conference will also make the beginning of establishing the basis for long-term relationship with PSU. It is best to stop here and let the expert in their respective field take the floor. I wish everyone a successful and a fruitful conference. Thank you all again, and I trust you will enjoy the rest of the program. And thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yamani. It is now my privilege to introduce today's distinguished keynote speaker, His Royal Highness Prince Bandar bin Abdullah bin Mashari Al Saud, who will address the conference on the role of data science in government digital transformation. Currently, Prince Bandar is Assistant Minister of the Interior for Technology Affairs. Previously, he was Director General of the National Information Center of the Interior Minister and Vice President of the Elm Company. He is also a distinguished academic, having obtained his PhD from the University of Pittsburgh. He has 24 publications on arbitrated academic research and serves on examination committees for master's and PhD candidates. Your Royal Highness.
شكرا. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. صبحكم الله بالخير. شكرا لك طال عمرك على الدعوة. شكرا للجنة المنظمة. Thank you for inviting me to this interesting conference. Prince Sultan University started this conference long time ago, and interestingly, I found that this conference started in the same year that we launched Abshir. Abshir is our MOI digital transformation platform. And reading through your conference booklet, I found this conference has started in 2010. And our Abshir platform was launched officially on the same year. And interestingly enough also, I found that this is the 6th conference. And 2 weeks ago, we concluded the 6th annual meeting for Abshir. So this is a coincidence between this conference and our digital platform. شكرا لكم على الدعوة. Thank you very much for inviting me. شكرا للجنة المنظمة. شكرا لجامعة الأمير سلطان رحمه الله. شكرا لأخي الدكتور محمد الكنهل على دعوتي للحديث أمامكم. I wish my talk today will be interesting and relevant to you and to the conference. All of you know that digital transformation is no longer an option. It's a must for each government agency and the government at large. We used to have the competitiveness between companies and private sector. These days we are witnessing the competitiveness between governments. And among the main indicators for the competitiveness for governments is the level and the maturity of digital transformation. We are proud of what we have done in our country. Ministry of Interior, among other ministries, are doing excellent movement into complete digitization. So this logo remind me also with the brain, and this is true. The computing movement started from the brain, and now it challenges the brain itself. As we see in this conference, it's data sciences and machine learning application. So machine learning is coming soon to compete with the human brain. And this is why we have artificial intelligence. And we wish, inshallah, for all the success for this conference and all achievements for our country and our government agencies in the right direction and in the excellence to the road of complete digitization. We are proud with our vision also. Our country vision is pushing us for more digitization. Our country is hosting also this year the G20 summit, and we are leading the G20 group. All these events come together today in one slide. So I wish, inshallah, that this talk will be informative to you and relevant also to the conference. Let's start with the automation. Digitization is another word of saying automation. Everyone is looking for automation in all sectors, not only in government, in academic sector, in health sector, in transportation. So automation has went through different stages. And in this slide, it shows that we are in the third era of automation. Whether you call it third or fourth revolution, industrial revolution, this is a matter of definition. All of us know that automation has started long way ago, back in the 18th, industrial revolution has started in the 18th century. Then in the 19th century, computing started to prevail. And in 1950, Alan Turing published a paper with a title that says, whether machine will succeed to compete with human brain. This was in 1950. Then the computing hardware and software developed since that time. As we see now, it's becoming part of our life. It started part of the academic sector and research center. Now it's in the pocket of everyone. So it's no longer it's no longer specific technology for specific people. It's a general purpose technology. And this is what we mean by the fourth revolution. The fourth revolution took the computing from indoor to outdoor, took the computing from universities and research lab to the government, to the industry, to agriculture, to health, to transportation. And it connected the technology with people, with everyone, everything existing in this life. These days, people are talking about the existing rights, not human rights. So human now is no longer alone in this universe. The other things are becoming part of this universe. And this is why we have IoT and connecting all the world with internet. This book was written by Klaus Schwab, who is leading the Davos conference and Davos board. And it was written long time ago, maybe 4 or 5 years ago. And he predicted this kind of revolution. To my knowledge, he's one of the first people who gave it this terminology, the fourth revolution, the fourth industrial revolution. So we are witnessing a real revolution as we start in the 21st century. Today we are in 2020. Who knows what's going to happen in 2090 or 2099? Allahu A'lam. Allah only knows what's going to happen, but the speed and the acceleration in the technology and in the data is extraordinary. No one can expect what's going to happen after even 5 years. This person wrote also another book where he said in his cover that this is the age of machine and platform and crowd. So these three terminology almost started to replace the mind and the products and the core. So machine is challenging the mind, and this is the topic of your conference. And the platform is replacing what we used to know about the product. Instead of talking about products, now we are talking about platforms. Google is not a product, Google is a platform. Amazon is not a product, it's a platform. We used to rely on our core. Our core might be our people, our infrastructure, our hardware, our own software. Now we are moving to rely on the crowd. So crowd, which is everyone around us. Sorry for crowd, which is, this is very sensitive clicker. Crowd is becoming part of our enterprise. You cannot neglect them. Your customers is part of the crowd. The people at large is part of the crowd. So this is a change in the rules of engagement in the universe. Your enterprise should be redefined based on this concept. Your strategy should be redefined based on this trend. So the machine has to be looked as part of your asset, as part of your brain. Your platform, your product should be platformized. If you have any product, you should look seriously from now to move it to a platform rather than keep it as a product. If you have a renting car company, this is a product maybe. However, it has to be changed to a platform like Uber platform. And this book also is not a new. It has been written maybe 3 or 4 years ago, and I'm sure we are moving even faster than what he predicted in his book. The technology trends in general can be classified into 3 trends. We are moving, I'm afraid someone has another clicker. We are moving to a mesh universe where everything is connected. We are moving, where blockchain is an example of moving from just an internet that connects people to a trusted internet or a trusted network. Event-driven model, continuous adaptive risk and trust. All these are trends can be classified as under the meshing. Everything is now meshed together. So this is the first trend. The second trend is the digitalization. So digitalization is becoming part of everything. We are now seeing what we call digital twins, where we have a twin for everything. Even the human being can have a twin, digital twin. Every one of you one day might have his own digital twin, where he can be represented in certain platform, rather than having you to attend that in that platform. Your digital twin can represent you. Also the cloud, the centralized cloud or the edge cloud, the conversational platforms. Platforms is no longer input and output. It does conversation with you. Immersive experience, VR, AR, mixed reality. All these are digital trends, new digital trends. So digitization is no longer than just turning physical quantity or analog signal to a digital signal. It's digitizing everything. Finally, the intelligent. The third trend is the intelligence. So everything is moving to be intelligent. AI at the top, intelligent apps, intelligent analytics, intelligent things. Intelligent means things or software or algorithms started to do something we used to do with our brain. So intelligence is taking some work we used to do with our brain and putting it in an algorithm to be implemented in a computing environment. Automation, the classical automation is to convert a manual process into electronic process. We go to Abshir now and log in and issue visa or ID or passport. This is a replacement, or this makes us capable of doing it instead of going to the passport office. Instead of taking some time to stop to the passport office, filling the paper, now we are going to a platform and doing it. This is simply e-service. It's not intelligent. Intelligent will start, or intelligence will start, when the computer itself start to decide on behalf of someone, start to take a job of a brain of someone. Let me give you an example. If a policeman started to investigate a crime, gathering evidences, analyzing the data, analyzing the forensics, now he's using his brain. If we download the methodology that this policeman is doing by his hand, by his mind, if we download it and then code it in an algorithm, then we ask the algorithm to do it, then we have a police algorithm. This is kind of intelligence. So automation, the brain process, is the first product of intelligence, the first product of AI. It could be more than this. However, this is the first product of AI, is to replace the human being, the human brain, the human experience, to do some work. This can be expanded in every field, in education, in health, in security, in transportation. We can count endless algorithms that we still we are doing by our brains. All these algorithms in our brains are candidate to be done by AI. It needs smart people. It needs people who graduates from universities like Prince Sultan University, who learn how to develop models, how to extract algorithms from the brains of people and turn it into computing algorithms in computers. This will enhance, of course, this will succeed to make the process faster, better, historically can be developed more and more. So these three trends are prevailing these days, and quickly they are jumping to our life. In business, we are moving from global to personal. Every person now can build his own kingdom around him. We are moving from hierarchical to meshes, as we just said in the previous slide. No more hierarchical. You can send a message to Prince Sultan University leader without going through his secretary, if he has a social account. You can talk to United States President now. Just pull up your mobile and write a message to Mr. Trump. No one can prevent you. No hierarchy. There is no need to take an appointment with someone. From owning assets to sharing them. This is another sign of another trend, business trend. Owning assets is no longer a trend. Sharing assets is the trend. And digitalization made this visible. More than this, it made it more attractive. We see Uber, we see Airbnb. It's sharing. From separation to connected. So humans are connected, things are connected, all assets in the universe becoming connected more and more. And we'll see in coming slides how many assets or how many things are connected in the universe. From automation to autonomous. Automation is a word that we used to hear. Now, these years, we are replacing the automation by autonomous, which is more independent automation. Things are doing things by themselves without helping, without input and output from others. The auto car, driverless car, the autonomous car, the drones, the agents in the software. And we'll see at the end of this talk how this can develop to even more something difficult to imagine. So let's be ready. Let's be ready in our universities, in our schools. Let's teach our students these things. Let's avoid just considering computing as we do usually in our courses or on our textbooks. And knowing these trends is very important, even if you are not going to be in the business sector. Knowing these trends is very important. It makes you aware of what are the other sectors expect from you. As a faculty member in Prince Sultan University, knowing these trends will help you to prepare the students. Your product is a student. So your students will graduate, then they will work, either they will establish their own business, or they will work in private sector or in government sector. So are we preparing them with these business trends, with these technology trends, or not? Also, instead of just focusing on optimization, we jumped the optimization to innovation. Now we are talking about disruption. If optimization can be defined by doing the same thing better, innovation will be defined by doing new things. However, disruption will be defined by doing new things that make old things obsolete. And this is what we are witnessing these days. We are seeing the disruption everywhere. The social media disrupted our relationship, our social relationship, our relationship within our families, within our work environment. The AI is disrupting our way of thinking, our way of taking decisions. So all these technology are disrupting our life. And when disruption happens, something will be obsolete. And I hope people, the human, will not be obsolete one day. So let's put ourselves in the front. Let's put ourselves ahead of any disruption. Let's prepare for any disruption. Our universities can be obsolete one day if another model of education based on digitalization and AI become more attractive to students, cheaper, faster, stronger, more attractive to the employer. If you graduate from virtual university, you might be you might be more attractive to a company than graduating from classical university. So are we moving with the same speed that the technology is moving with? This is a challenge. And digital business technology platform is the norm now. No one is talking about any product. This graph has been proposed by Gartner maybe 7 years ago, and the title of this graph is the nexus of the forces. They call this a nexus of the forces. The way they shape the graph to show the nexus of the forces, القوى المترابطة. And they say that social, mobile, cloud, and data or information are the nexus of the forces. هي القوى المترابطة. Every force is helping the other force. So mobile stimulated data. And more data stimulated having a cloud. To store this huge data, you need a cloud. you need elastic environment. This is a cloud. Social media stimulated using the mobile. And the jump in social media user has started when the mobile penetrated the society. And the mobile penetrated the society because people want to go to social media. So everything is connected. And both of them produced a huge number of data, information. So this large number of information needs large number of storage. So this is a cloud again. So all these four are connected, are stimulating each other. And still, as we speak today, every one of these forces is helping the other and pushing the other. Although half of the universe, half of the population of our universe population is around now 7.5 billion people. Half of them, or less than half of them, did not use internet anymore before. Still, they are away from the internet. So half of the people, half of the world did not jump to the internet yet. So expect what will happen if the other 50% of our people on our planet started to use internet. There is a study right now is conducted by Gartner, and they told me about it. They are now studying the trend that might happen within this 50% of people in the planet. Are they going to use the internet as we use it today, or they are going to create other models? Are people in Africa going to use the internet similar to what we use it? I'm sure the answer is no. I'm sure there will be new models. They will create new services, suits their societies. If they need education, I'm sure they will not jump to the classical way of introducing education. They will not establish big universities in big buildings. They don't even have the money to do that. They will start to build virtual universities. And they will become stronger than us because they will start something new. If you are in a country without infrastructure, then internet came to you, I'm sure you will not build roads similar to what we have it in the developed countries. They will think about different ways of communication or transportation. Who knows what's going to happen? Allahu A'lam. But the study now is underway, and they are spreading surveys and doing pilot studies in some countries where minimum people are using internet, and they're exploring the trends within these societies. They are expecting smart products or smart platforms. As you know, in Africa, for example, Bitcoin is flourishing. Why Bitcoin is flourishing? Because most of the countries are not stable. They don't trust their monetary system. If they store their wealth in their own currencies, every day is going to fluctuate. So Bitcoin is safer for them. This is why Bitcoin is flourishing in underdeveloped countries. Similar thing will happen in health sector, in transportation, in education, in even government. Do you expect the government will be established similar to United States or UK system of governance? Not necessary. We used to have IT systems, and I'm sure everyone is in this hall is familiar with what IT systems means. However, these days is no longer IT systems alone. We are talking about platforms. IT systems should be connected, is part of the story, is not the whole story. So IT systems should be connected with ecosystems where business is there. With customers. So customers is part of your system now. With things, you have to assume that things are part of your system. And all these four are managed by the brain, which is the artificial intelligence. So all these four are becoming part of a new system. We call it AI intelligence. So the amount of data that we take from all these four segments is huge. So artificial intelligence is getting data and bringing intelligence to them. This is the same thing. Algorithms take digital business to the next level. This is what Gartner says. So f of x is a symbol for algorithms. Everything now should be algorithmized. One day you will buy and sell algorithms. If someone develop an algorithm to investigate certain thing and it became certified, then he might put it in the store, in Amazon. You can buy it and use it. So the algorithmic economy is flourishing. It's another kind of IB. This is the big story. This is why you are conducting this conference. Data, there's an explosion in data. Now we are in 2020 and we have this amount of data. They are expecting exponential increase in our universe data. They are saying in 2025, which is 5 years down from today, we are going to have 175 zettabyte. Zettabyte is 10 to the power of 21, which is 1,000 of billion. So 993 zeros. Can we comprehend that? Where we can store this data? Are these data stored? To whom these data belongs? Do we know in Saudi Arabia how much of this data these days in 2020 belongs to our country? No one knows that. This is your role. Classify the data. Make sure that our national data is part of our national asset. No one knows where is data, where it is stored. Where is our national data stored? No one can assure where it is stored. How much Prince Sultan University have from this data? Where is Prince Sultan University data? Who is supervising and following and owning and defending Prince Sultan University data? This is a question to you. Do you have data chief officer? Chief data officer, CDO. Do you have CDO in the hierarchy or in the management positions in Prince Sultan University? If you don't have it, please quickly establish this position. On the national level, the same thing is happening. Alhamdulillah, these days we are seeing establishment of a new commission, Hayat al-Bayanat al-Saudiya, with the Al-Istina'i. 2 years ago, there was a royal decree to establish a commission for Saudi data and artificial intelligence. And the Saudi data and artificial intelligence has 3 components. One of them is our NIC, the classical institution that you know. It was NIC was established 40 years ago, by the way. It was established in 1980. It started working in 1981. So today, which is 400, I think the first year in this century. So 40 years ago, National Information Center was established, and it was within Ministry of Interior. 3 years ago, this information center has been moved outside Ministry of Interior, and 2 years ago, the National Information Center was, with a royal decree, has been considered as part of the commission, the new commission. And 2 other entities were established within this commission, other than NIC. The first one is the Data Office, the National Data Office. And this is where, inshallah, we will see more attention to our national data. So the National Data Office within the commission, the Saudi Data Commission, will regulate, will supervise our national data. Will help all agencies, including the academic sector, to observe and manage their data. The third entity is the Center for Artificial Intelligence. So we have National Data Office, National Information Center, and Artificial Intelligence Center. All these three entities belongs to the Saudi Data Commission and Artificial Intelligence. We wish all success to this newborn commission, and fortunately, أيضا, today, Wednesday, tonight at 8:30, they are launching their brand or their logo, the first launch of their logo. So today might be another day in the history of this commission. So where we are going, who is going to store this data and process this data, how we are going to assure that these data are going to be used ethically without jumping to the privacy of people, without intrusion to the human privacy. Are we going to use it to produce intelligent decisions? Many questions related to this chart. This is the big data. I think the previous slide always said that clearly. We have big data. Big data means everything is different. Volume, velocity, variety, all V's. Some people are saying 3 V's, 6 V's, 8 V's. No matter how many V's you use to characterize the big data, it's a big data. It's a huge data in number, in speed, in variety, in format. Everything now is digitized. Images, voice, text, numbers, assets, digital twin. Even your chair where you are sitting will have a digital twin one day. Your car, your body is going to have a digital twin. Where the data comes from? It comes from this engine. So the automation and the digitalization is not only getting data, it produces data. Even the data that it produces is more than the data that it uses. In order to work as data scientists with data, in all aspects of data sciences, we need to have business flavor. We need to have behavioral science people. One day I attended a presentation by a group of people who are measuring the unemployment in Saudi Arabia. And they relied on some statistics and data. And the data is not directly related to the unemployment, but they claim this data indicates, or these inputs indicates that the person is not employed. So the challenging was how to prove that this behavior that you used in your algorithm is the right behavior to indicate the unemployment. We need behavioral scientists. We need to verify that your conclusion about the behavior, about this behavior, is a behavior of unemployed. To clarify more, they said those who don't sleep at night are unemployed. This is their behavior conclusion. Is this true? I'm not sure. I know students who are busy with exams, they don't sleep at night. So it's not necessary that if you sleep daily, if you sleep in the day and wake up in the night, it's not necessary, and doing some social activity in the social media, it doesn't mean that you are unemployed. So if you take this as a conclusion and give it to Ministry of Labor saying this is estimate of unemployment, you might cheating people. You might cheating the Minister of Labor. He might build some decisions based on that. So be careful. Your behavioral scientist has to be skillful enough to assure that any behavior used in your algorithm to extract any phenomena is sound. And this is the role of scientific verification. You have to develop some tools to verify that the behavior is systematic, the behavior is to a very high degree reflects that what we mean or what we extract. Otherwise, the artificial intelligence might mislead us. Using data with algorithms might produce misleading results. And misleading results or conclusion might lead us to disastrous decisions. So we have to be careful. In the autonomous cars, they are using algorithms to detect the behavior of the other car in order to instruct your car to stop or accelerate or slower the movement or based on the other driver behavior. And this is a serious situation. You cannot gamble with that. You have to be careful when you develop algorithm to autonomous car. You have to understand the behavior of the drivers in your city. And I met some people who are developing some algorithms for autonomous car. And they said, we have an algorithm, general algorithm. However, in each country, in each city, we have to localize it because we have to study the behavior of the people. In China, the algorithm should be different than the algorithm in UK. Not because they are driving from left and right, not because the behavior of the British people when they drive their cars is different than the behavior of Chinese. In Riyadh is different than Mecca, I'm sure. Different than Jeddah. So algorithms is tricky. Developing algorithms has to go through different stages. You have to localize your algorithm. So behavioral scientists are part of the story. So be careful as academics. I know I was in King Saud University. I used to teach. I know the way we teach. I know the way we conduct research. We always think about the literature review, what has been published in IEEE journals, what has been said in the conferences, but we don't go mostly to the field. We don't talk to people in the government or in the private sector. We don't talk to public. So if you develop AI solutions, data-related applications, you have to know that these applications will be used in the life. It will not be used within a campus of the university or the housing of students. It will be used outside. So if you think, or if you want it to be successful as a product or as a platform, you have to assure that you do all aspects of study around your algorithm. Not only the efficiency, not only the integrity, not only the efficiency of coding the algorithm. You have to assure that the algorithm does the job that meant to do. Whether it's related to health, whether it's related to traffic management, whether it's related to transportation, security, cyber security. This is the challenge. The challenge now is to integrate life into science. Because you enter the life. Your computer is no longer part of academic sector. Your computer is becoming part of the life of everyone. So if you develop something in that computer, you have to consider the life. So one day we should have more connection with the society, with the private sector, with the government, with the decision maker, to know what do they think about, with people, with the crowd. So our research, our products, our recommendations in our papers, in our conferences has to consider this aspect of behavior. As I said in the beginning, artificial intelligence simply can be defined as the automation of the brain process. If you can automate any brain process that a certain brain or group of people doing, then you are starting artificial intelligence. As I said, we have in all sectors, in all aspects of our life, in our family, in our schools, in our government offices, in our companies. We used to have people who always a reference. You go to them and ask them. They have the wisdom. They have the experience in each sector. In a hospital, in a certain specialty, they have a doctor, a physician, where they refer to him. He leads the team. Why he is given this position? Because of his experience. So where his experience stay? In his mind. So what does he use when he faces a problem? He operates his mind. So I'm sure there is a certain algorithm in his mind. Maybe he doesn't know exactly what is the structure of that algorithm, but there is, for sure, there is an algorithm in his mind he uses to take the decision. I'm sure in the university, in the factory, when you drive your car, you use your brain. There is a certain algorithm in your brain. So the challenge, how to download this algorithm in a structured way, then code it, then test it, then let it work instead of the human. So deep learning, machine learning, artificial intelligence, all these terminologies, irrespective of the differences in the definition, are human brain emulation. You emulate, you try to simulate, you try to mimic the human brain. So in our life, we have, similar to the anatomy of a human, our enterprise and a digital anatomy is becoming different now. We used to define the assets of a certain institution by the physical assets that within the location where we control. However, having the communication and the Internet of Things, the definition is changing. One way of considering an assets of Prince Sultan University is to consider any graduate who has graduated from the university as part of the university. This is easy now to do because of the network that the internet has given us. We can communicate with everyone and considering him as a member in the university, even if he graduates. And this is what the traditional alumni means. So don't neglect any asset of you. Assure that all assets, physical or intellectual, is part of your enterprise. Consider it as part of your enterprise. I'm sure if you think this way, you will reclaim you will reclaim many assets that will make your value bigger and bigger. And it's easy. Digital, artificial intelligence, technologies are helping us to consider these as assets. So the enterprise digital anatomy is considering external environment, not only the enterprise environment. The cloud, everyone knows what cloud means. It replaced the traditional computing infrastructure. We need the cloud. The challenge that we have right now in the cloud is the providers. Who is providing the cloud? Do we have national providers? Because if we don't have national providers, our portion of the Zeta number is going to be within the control of outside companies, companies that doesn't belong to our society. If you have a money and you cannot control this money, then it's not a money, it's not yours. So your data, if it's not under your control, under the society control, then it's not your data. The social media now, we live in the social media more than living in our land. Every night we talk in social media, we put our knowledge, we communicate. It's not only for just leisure, for even business. However, where these text messages, where these videos, images voice notes, where it is stored? It's stored outside in the cloud. Who owns the cloud? Do you own your data? This is your national asset. Again, you should define it as your asset. It's a plus if you have it within your control. It's minus if it's not within your control. In order to know how AI or how data sciences applications can help the government, we have to know what the government worry about. What are the macro trends that worry the government, any government? This chart shows that social stability, population aging, rising popularism, sustainable system, this is what government is worrying about. So let's be careful when we design our products, our platforms, when we design solution for government, make sure that we address their needs. These macro trends will influence the business trends, will influence what government technology trends. And as a case, in the right hand of this slide, this is one sector in the government, which is the public and safety sector and law enforcement. So each sector in the government has his own trend. If you develop solutions, if you develop applications, if you want your applications to be used, to be sustainable, you have to know what your customer needs. And among the big customers in our region is the government. In our region, government is controlling more than 70% of the business. Maybe in the West is the other way, but in our region, government is controlling most of the business. So we have to develop something that can be used by the mega user in our society, which is the government. Knowing what they need will help us to develop the right thing. Where data comes from traditionally from business, from people, now from things. So things are pushing more data. And this what explains the explosion in the data, because things are coming to the stage. People are 7.5 billion, things are billions. So the population of the universe, if you consider things, is going to jump to 20 billion, 40 billions, 60 billion, 70 billions. Allahu A'lam. The more you expand your connectivity to things, the more number or members in that universe will be reached. Digital twin, we just mentioned that. For people, there will be digital twin. For also machines, objects, there's a digital twin. So digital twin, as we know more about things, as we know more about people, about our objects, we can develop digital twin for them. This is just a number that says in 2020, where we are now, we have 20 billion IoT, connected IoT, and many of them act on behalf of you. Many of these 20 billion act on behalf of you. This is a huge number. One of the trends is moving from reality to virtual, to augmented, and at the end, to cavity. So we started with playing with our mobile phones, then like glasses, augmentation, then virtual, then we will start to feel that we are in a cavity. We are in a place where we can communicate with everything we want without moving from that place. And by the way, these days with Corona effect, people are thinking seriously about cavities. They want to work. They want to continue their life. They want to attend conferences. They want to travel. They want to meet. They want to negotiate with people. But now they cannot travel. So what's the solution? Cavity. So while you are staying in your office, you conduct your meeting with people in different places in the world. Similar or exactly similar as if you are sitting with them in a room. If you want to do tourism travel, instead of traveling and taking the trouble and the risk of being infected with corona or kept for 14 days until you prove that you are corona free, just stay in your cavity and talk and see and tour everything. I'm sure the emotional will happen, which is the objective of tourism. The emotional, the feeling that you are there will happen. Maybe not 100%, but to a high extent. So cavity can replace movement. Instead of coming to classes and stopping the schools from teaching students, you can ask them to stay at home and continue learning and doing exams. So cavity, I'm sure with the corona, is going to be the trend. Also from the trends from personalization to brainization, which means instead of personalizing things to person, now you are jumping to his brain. So tools now is becoming capable of talking to your brain, influencing your brain. So it's no longer just personalization, it's a brainization, if we call it this way. AI is becoming part of everything. So AI is not an isolated technology. AI is using the data to take decisions on behalf of the brain. So it's going to become part of all technology-based application, be it augmented virtual reality or 3D printing or autonomous vehicle using AI, or Internet of Things, or robot, or blockchain, or drones. And at the end of this talk, we will see something related to AI and blockchain. So be careful to isolate AI. AI is not just an isolation technology. No one is doing AI for the sake of AI. AI has an application. What is the application? That's the question. IoT is also not just connecting things and merging things with other data. So you are getting streaming data from things. However, you have to have your own data to merge with the stream data and get results at the end. In the health sector, there is fast, quick, accelerated movement into wearables. And the surprising thing that privacy is no longer an issue in the health sector. When people were surveyed about whether they are willing to wear some tools that send their information, health information to insurance or health center or whatever, they said okay. More than 50% said okay. In terms of saving, there's a huge number of money or a big amount of money in the saving of using wearable for health. If you can predict the problem before it happens, you will save maybe 2 weeks staying in the ICU. This is very costly. If you put someone in the ICU, every hour has a cost. So if you can predict heart stroke before it happens, then you saved the hospital and you saved the patient from paying this amount. So the amount of money in 2017 was 0.1. Now it's jumping in 2021. They're expecting it to be more than 17 billion saving in using the wearable in health. Crowdsourcing is becoming a trend. Instead of paying people to work with you, just be smart enough and employ the crowd. And the crowd are willing to work free of charge. Of course, it's free of charge, apparently. However, they get benefit. Either they feel that they are participating, as we do, for example, in Kulluna Aman. In Kulluna Aman application, I'm sure many of you know that, we are not paying people anything. They are just they are doing police work on behalf of the police without giving them any single real. They feel that they participate in the society. They feel that it's part of their duty is to alert the security agencies about anything. So they just use كلنا أمن application to send alerts. I'm sure in a community like Prince Sultan or a university, there are unemployment among the crowd. So think about ways to employ your crowd. Your crowd could be your community, your family, your community in the university, your people in the country, your people in the streets. They are moving in the streets day and night. They don't have problem if you give them a homework, as long as the homework give them something. Maybe it's emotional feeling of participation. So crowdsourcing is more efficient in the digital age than cases where we used to do outsourcing. One of the challenges in the digitalization world is the giants that are developing more and more to be giant in the world. And Gartner defined those giants as the 7 giants or 10 giants: Google, Facebook, Alibaba, Amazon, Tencent, Apple. Those giants are becoming the interface between everyone and the other tools and applications. Even with open data, they started to become interface between your people and your system. One day you might find your student here, access their records in Prince Sultan registration and other records, certificates and everything through Google. Only what Google needs from you is to open your data. So if you decide that these data are open data, then they will plug to this data. And I'm sure many of you goes to Saudi Airlines through Google because Saudi Airlines opened their data. And this is the trend. One day you will find yourself under pressure, you will open your data. And if you open your data while you are not a giant, the other giants will jump to you. So will hijack your people. Your people, your students, your customers, your citizens will go to everything through these giants. How many are hijacked by Apple? Many people. Everything in your mobile, if you are using an iPhone, is any application downloaded from the Apple Store. If Apple Store decide to stop any application, then you will not be able to use it in your iPhone, and so on. So these giants are becoming stronger and stronger. This has its own challenges. The national control becoming weaker and weaker. The data, the control on the data is becoming weaker and weaker. So we have to be careful. We have to produce our own giants. This is what I said just now. You are the consumer. You are the employee. Who is in front of you? The single face to customer are the giants. People don't want to interface with many platforms. Maybe one day they will ask us to put Abshir part of Google. So people don't want to go to Abshir, don't to go to other sites, Prince Sultan site. He wants to go to Google and find everything. So this is a risk. The only solution for this risk is to have our own national giants. This is the only solution. Are we prepared for this? That's the big question. Look at this news. This is a new, by the way. This is 3 months ago. Apple has a secret team. By the way, who knows Apple? If you visit Apple, Apple is a military kind of organization. It's not open like Google. If you go to Apple headquarters, it's difficult to even enter that. So they have a secret team working on satellites to beam data to devices. That means they will jump even your own national network. And this is, by the way, this is a war between those giants. The war between those giants, Facebook, Google, Apple, Amazon, how to reach the other half of the internet, how to reach the people who don't have internet. So they are pushing satellites, balloons in the air, in the sky, and they want to jump all the providers, the communication providers. They want to communicate directly with people. And they're investing in this a lot. So one day, everyone can communicate outside even the control of the national communication providers. If this happens, this is another problem. It will bring advantages, but it will bring problems. Alhamdulillah, we are not يعني, away from this movement. National digitization, as I said in the beginning, is moving quickly. In Abshir, where I know more about Abshir, we are moving, alhamdulillah, very fast. It's the platform where we put all services of MOI agencies, different MOI agencies, in one platform. It's a candidate to be a giant if we push it to be a giant. However, now we are just giving or providing the services that we are responsible for, whether it's for citizens or for business or for government. So we have Abshir, the green one, which is the individual or G2C. We have the business platform, which is G2B. Abshir, we call it business Abshir. We have the government, which is G2G, where some agencies need some services from Ministry of Interior. And it's big, alhamdulillah, and we are, in some agencies, we are almost 80 to 85% digitizing their services. Now we are moving to another challenge with Abshir. We are moving to the field services. We think that the office-based transactions is moving very well through Abshir Afrad, Abshir Amal, Abshir Hukuma. However, the challenge within MOI agencies is how to digitize our field services. The field services means the services in the street, the services outside the building of MOI, in the airports, in the borders, in the prisons, in the services offered by civil defense, etc. So how to integrate the new technologies, the drones, the IoT, the robots, the smart camera, the smart weapons, the smart glasses, the autonomous cars, how to integrate them within the work in the field of our agencies, and how this can be connected to the platform itself, whether you are individual or a government or a business, how to communicate with issues related to you in the field. If a car accident happened to you, la qaddar Allah, how to assure that the business in the street is done properly, and you can also follow up your transaction or your case with the digital platform. How to communicate with the operational rooms, with Kullana Aman. This is also part of the whole framework. So this is a framework. We developed this framework. We are not at zero. We are moving. However, this framework has been developed recently. We are targeting integrating all services together, as we did in the, let me call it, Abshir for offices. Now this is Abshir for the field. Not only that, we are also, MOI, Ministry of Interior, is a large community. 500K employee. If you consider their family, it might reach 2 million. 2 million belongs to the community of Ministry of Interior. So this is a huge community. We have housing, we have hospitals, we have headquarters, we have different agencies. So we are planning also another kind of Abshir, which is Abshir for the internal, or G2E. And this includes all the services for the agencies from within. This brings us to the family of Abshir, or the world of Abshir. So Alam Abshir is planned to have all the 5 families together. We know the green and the yellow and the brown. Now we have the red and the black. So Alam Abshir one day will integrate all services, whether it's offered to external customers in the offices or in the field or the employees. Now, if you have this platform together, AI comes to the stage easily. You can now use AI to enhance, to develop more services. And in Alam Abshir, we are not targeting only our own MOI customers. We are asking the same question that I just mentioned before. Why don't we become a giant? Why we restrict ourselves to 32 million? Why don't we think like Google? Google is not saying my customers are United States citizens. He doesn't even have even single service belongs to government of United States. He jumped to the stage. He attracted everyone with services that you know, with email, search, store, everything. So why we don't think this way? So that's the challenge that we are putting. Now we have, by the way, we reached 15 million. In Abshir now 15 million within Saudi Arabia can get services from Abshir. 20 million is the Saudi population, Saudi people. 32 million is everyone within the country. This is the total number of people who lives in the soil of Saudi Arabia, 32 almost. So we are hoping to find more services to them. However, 1.2 billion is another segment of customers. Those are the Muslim countries. We have Mecca and Medina, and everyone, by definition, has to come at least once. So we should consider them as customers. Not only that, whole population of the world, 70.4 or 0.5 billion, should be considered as customers. They have a chance to come and visit us as a tourist. So is Abshir candidate to be a giant? That's the question. That's the challenge. It depends on how strong we can move in that direction. And this is what we call Abshir World. We have plans to innovate added value services. We have plans to add data analytics services, social services, moving to cloud instead of classical infrastructure, although we have private cloud almost. IoT should come to the stage. Field services, blockchain, social gamification, all these are added values that we can do. Abshir in numbers, alhamdulillah, our daily transactions is more than 100K. Our daily inquiries 350K. Our annual logins 140K. Customers reached now 15 million. Mobile app user 8 million. Services for individuals 100. Business 14. Government 80. Our customer satisfaction, it's 4.7 out of 5. Our money saving to the whole economy, and this is a study that we did, conducted in 2017. We are in 2020. So this study says, and this is a conservative scenario. So 15 billion is the saving to the economy. And it's based on calculating what if these services are not there, how many trips, how many paper, how many employees, how many time of the customer, time of the provider itself. In the conservative scenario, it was almost 15 billion. In another scenario, which is the extreme scenario, it was 80 billion. So we didn't publish that. We said, let's keep 15 billion. And this was in 2017, and hope we can renew it, inshallah, soon. What we do in Abshir, we try to re-engineer the services. We are not just jumping to paper-based service and convert it to digital. We are re-engineering the service. We are making the service as a trip, so as much as we can, if we can control it. So this is why we call it customer journey. And this is an example for a buyer journey, buyer of a car or a home or etc. Also, we care much about architecture, and this is very important for you. Architecture is the key for the success. If you architect your surface, your platform in the right way, you will become easy for you to develop it more. If you don't architect it, if you leave it for anyone to develop whatever he wants, put it everywhere, use any format, use any technology, then you will end up with a chaos. Even your data will be scattered. Even AI cannot work. Even IoT cannot work. You have to rebuild things again from scratch. So to save your money, invest in architecture. Even in Prince Sultan University IT systems. invest in the architecture. Make sure that you define who's your customer, the channel that your customer will use to access your service. The application layer should be defined properly. The data management layer, the network, how to access your services, from where you access your service, from within the campus, from outside, published on the internet or not published on the internet. Where to put your infrastructure, cloud, private cloud, hybrid cloud, Saudi cloud, non-Saudi cloud. Where is your disaster recovery? You have to answer all these questions. And the answer should be systematic for any service. It has to go through the same scenario. Otherwise, you will end up with chaos. You will not be able to govern your data. Your security will be a mess. You will be target for hackers. Your data will not be under your control. You cannot even upgrade easily. You cannot migrate easily. You will pay a lot of money whenever you change anything. So be careful that you pay attention to all this structure. Architecture is the key element for success in digitization. Whether we know that or not, it has to be said clearly to everyone. And I know that many decision makers don't even say that. Many companies that you contract with to build systems or application to you, and this is, by the way, one of the key problems in government. In government, most of the work is done through contractors. Those contractors come to you and build their own kingdom. They don't build on your kingdom. They build on their own kingdom inside your premise. Then they end up with, give you some chaos. Maybe it's working as a service, but it doesn't work as architecture. So you will end up with, I used to call it عشوائيات in your data center. عشوائيات, that means chaos. No communication, no integration with data. Everyone is portal for registration, portal for academic staff, portal for housing. This is the scattering that kills the digitization. And the end result, mostly, this is what will happen. You will scrap everything and go to the cloud with Amazon, unfortunately. So don't be in a situation where you are forced to take this decision. Be careful. Amazon, Microsoft, Google Cloud are developing very quickly. They are becoming easier, cheaper, stronger than your own infrastructure, even safer in terms of cybersecurity. So I hope one day we will not be forced to go to them. I hope our infrastructure is done properly, architected properly, and we can continue with it. Innovation should be always with you. If you don't innovate, you will not produce something that can be used by others. We are proud with كلنا أمن. We call it innovation. It's a business innovation. We didn't innovate the mobile. We didn't innovate the code. The process itself, allowing people to communicate with you, giving them the right to give you information. Foraget is another innovation. I'm sure everyone knows what Foraget is. It's very simple. We just allowed people to talk to each other. We allow the donors to see who are in the prison and how much he needs in order to be released from the prison. So simply like this. You need to humanize your services. One of the challenges in digitization or in the government services is to neglect the human side. If you close your offices, put everything in the portal, your portal might not be suitable for some people. So they need to be given a chance to communicate with you, to visit you. Don't let them say without portal or without digitization our life is better. Always make sure. In Ahwal Madaniya, for example, we care about special needs for people, though deaf or blind or whatever. So we offer them services to translate. In Abshir, the 15 million registered in Abshir are not only accessing Abshir, by the way. We are providing this as a digital identity for all government portals, including your portal, Prince Sultan University. You can use Abshir credentials to access your portal. All what you need is just to arrange with people at National Information Center to use a service called IAM, Identity Access Management. You don't need to register people because most of your students or academic staff are already registered in Abshir. So rely on this registration, and this is what we call the National Digital Identity. So portal like Baladi, like Najis are using Abshir credentials. All what you need is just go and use the same credential, username and password, and a 4-digit comes to you. This is exactly the same of Abshir credentials. And this is not only for the 2 ministries, for any ministry, for any government agency, and we plan to go even for banks and everything. So you need to register it once. Your identity, your national identity, the digital identity is done once. 2 weeks ago in our event that I just mentioned, the annual event for Abshir, we announced the Tahaddi or Abshir-thon. And Abshir-thon is for the first time we allow the crowd to think with us. So this is a major step in the government if you allow others to develop in your environment. So our intention with the Tahaddi Abshir, by the way, tomorrow is the last day to submit. So any one of you has any idea should go now as soon as he can and submit his idea, because 5th of March is the last day for submission, and the 4th of April is the day of the event. So on the 4th of April, Saturday, I think, those who will be nominated after the screening will come in a place, in a physical place, and they will implement their ideas, and the judges will start to judge their work, and we will have 6 winners, 3 in each channel. The first channel is developing new services with a new concept. The other option or the other track is to develop on something there already, enhancing existing services. And this is what we call Abshir-thon. So this is an invitation for everyone, especially the students in the university. Innovation is transformation needs innovation in all aspects, in technology, in business, in developing, using artificial intelligence, data analytics, open data, shared data, data management. So digital transformation cannot be separated from innovation. We should teach our students how to innovate. We should not teach them only how to code. We should teach them how to innovate in their coding, in their developing the processes and the algorithm. This is why we created what we call Abshir District. This is just a physical place within Ministry of MOI where we encourage MOI staff to think differently. And we used Abshir name as just a brand, and we call that Hay Abshir. So if you visit us in MOI building, the well-known MOI building, you will see this district. In Hay Abshir, we have non-technical things. We just encourage people to think differently. And this is why we have change and innovation, learning, even clinic. We have business clinic, by the way. We have fitness center, we call it Muwa'ama. We have challenge, we have customer office, we have youth corner. So this is these are the components of Hay Abshir. It's not technology. It's just a place where we encourage the employees to change the way they think and they decide. Data sciences is important to everyone. All of you know what data science is. For the government, you have, as we just mentioned, this is another view of the same slide. You have to consider the macro trend to develop data science application or machine learning application or AI application. If you don't pay attention to what government is busy with, what worry the government, as I said, the social instability, the perpetual austerity, there is a trend that we want to save money, we want to reduce the cost, efficiency of everything. So you have to give us AI tools that help us to be more efficient. You have to give us, or give the government, AI tools that reduce the rising of populism in the social media and everything. How to make people behave properly, ethically in the social media. That can be done. The data, the AI can help in that. I hope I'm not keeping you more than what should be. Customer acceptance is very important. When you develop something, when you do research, when you publish paper, the acceptance is from the referees. But if you develop something to the society or to want to sell or make it sustainable, you have to get acceptance not from IEEE referee journal. You have to get it from the people. So make sure that when you develop something, if it is something will be used or supposed to be used, or you want it to be used, it has to be accepted by the real customer. This is why we say a solution use cases. You have to develop use cases that will be accepted. You have to consider not only technology, people, processes, goals, culture. This is why this chart, maybe I'm not going to spend much time, but it says that not all data science projects are deployed. Even less than 50% are deployed. Why it's not deployed? The major is difficulty in convincing the customer with that. Maybe there is different reasons. AI has strong capability to help the government. It can help the government to achieve full automation. We are facing, for example, in Abshir situation, in some cases, we cannot fully automate a certain process because it's based on judgment. There is a committee has to decide in the process. And I'm sure the committee is using certain algorithm in their minds, but they don't reveal it, they don't write it. So they need someone to code this, download this algorithm from their minds, code it and put it in the algorithm. Then we jump the committee and we have full automation. So AI is going to help the government processes to jump human decision stages. And you know, many of the laws that issued by the government, always there is item says it should go to a committee. It should go to a committee to judge, even in the university. In order to say this faculty member should be promoted from this to that, he has to go to a committee, scientific committee or whatever. I'm sure those committees are, for sure, they are human. And they are using algorithm in their mind. So let's encourage them to code or download their algorithm in order to automate the process of promotion. Make it as much as human independent we can. Autonomous services. Instead of just automate, we need to push more autonomous services to the government, and AI is a candidate. Faster, accurate decision. This is a problem in the government. Slow and inaccurate decisions because the data is not available, or available but not used, or they don't know how to use it, or if they use it, they have to feed it in Excel and do many curves and things. AI can help. Identification. Also, identification is a strong surface from AI. You can identify people if you use deep learning, if you use machine learning, you can identify many things. Planning, of course. This is one of the main jobs of government is to plan. Prediction. What's going to happen in the future? What's going to happen with Corona next month? No one can predict unless he gather many information, then he start to think. So let's AI help us in that. This is an example that we want to also use AI in Foraget. Foraget right now is just you go to Foraget and you search and you pick someone that you want to donate money for him in order to make it easy for the law enforcement to release him. So you spend maybe half an hour. When you go to Foraget, you spend half an hour looking for the best candidate. I'm sure with very primitive algorithm, we can help you as a donor to decide, even as an option. If you want to do the search by yourself, go ahead. But we'll give you another option that Foraget will nominate or will give you a candidate where you can donate. So this is something that we work on. So distribution, another algorithm we are trying to build now in Foraget. Some people are not paying money for someone. They just pay money for an account called prison account to release people. So the distribution of this general purpose amount of money is very difficult. We have committees, and the committee has another committee on top of them, and they have appeal, and many people are coming to them and give them requests, and it's a chaos. It takes 3 months in order to decide how to distribute a donation which is not specifically for someone. So algorithm can help and make this as in no time. This is another example that I met some people in KAUST, and they are doing something interesting, employee transfer system deployment plan. We know that in Ministry of Education, example, and Ministry of Health, there is a big problem in moving people. They request to go from Riyadh to Jeddah. He requests to go from Jeddah to Abha. And there is an annual event happens in all ministries, which is the movement, or they call it the annual حركة التنقلات, annual movement of معلمين or physician, and always buggy because it takes long time and the input is not full, and it costs the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Education a lot of money. So this group of people, Omar and Ricardo and Sultan, show me an algorithm that Ministry of Health approved, and now they are putting it as a service with a company for the ministry, and they are the ETS, which is the name of that solution, trying to implement it. They already finished all testing. So this algorithm simply is as optimization matching algorithm, and this is a generic service. AI can help a lot in the matching process, and it can be matching for moving people, matching anything. Matching process is a generic process. It can be customized for certain purpose. But if you develop an AI matching process, this will save a lot. It can be applied in matching the requests of people to move to a certain place, or matching donor with the prisoner, or matching employer with the candidate who applied for this position. So matching algorithm, it's a simple optimization algorithm, and this explains the benefits or the process of that algorithm, where the input comes from. It comes from pre-competition dashboard, and it goes again to post-competition. The data, where it comes from Ministry of Health and from the people. There is some work in the back end, and there is matching result at the end. And they did some pilot, and it's very, very efficient. It saved a lot of, they run this algorithm into historical data, and they found the algorithm decision is much better than the human decision from the HR department, and they call it CADR. I found also another testing case, another case with CASPARC. CAPSARC is King Abdullah Petroleum Science and Research Center. And you know this building, which is close to Noura University. It's well-known architected building, very beautiful. I found them one of the best agencies, and it's very close to your institution because it's a research agency, who implemented the open data concept. So please go to their site. They are, in my opinion, they are the best in the country. I cannot claim for sure, but I have seen many open data or claimed open data portals. This is one of the best. This is exactly represent the real open data concept. And they have data sets. They update it. They give you online service. You can connect to them. It helps a lot of researchers, a lot of people who want to build something based on the data. So open data and they have tools. You can even download tools. Although they focus on the energy and the petroleum, but they have something else also. Vehicle fuel economy data. They put data set about vehicle fuel economy. And look at this, how many people downloaded? 2,422. This is open for anyone. Even it's not necessary to know who downloaded that. So this open data is very important. There are a lot of cases. And Corona is a case, by the way. Corona is a case. Corona is stimulating a lot of research, I expect, in all over the world. One of the issues, how to know this person came from a place where the chance of having coronavirus is high. The only way now is we are going to keep everyone 14 days if he comes from a place, even if he doesn't have corona. How much we waste in terms of money, in terms of time, in terms of ease of life, if you just implement this process, just because you don't know where this person came from. And this data is there, is available. It's in his mind. But you don't trust his mind. Don't trust him. You don't want to rely on what he says, because he might say, I didn't go to that country, just he wants to go to his home. So can we develop a system where we have assured, trusted information where the person stopped, where he traveled, whether he has a high risk of having coronavirus or not? This is easy as long as we have the data. And the data is there. So all what we need is to capture the data. So how to capture the data? Unfortunately, we don't have any tool. The only way is to ask him to give us his passport and open it and look for stamps. But this stamp is digitized in a certain system in other country. So can we help others as countries to share this data in a situation like that? The answer is yes. All what we need is just an initiative to do that. Finally, blockchain is going to revolutionize the internet again. Now internet is becoming with blockchain. If blockchain is streamlined, it will be trusted internet. And this trusted internet will stimulate the decentralized computing. And this is a huge change in the whole game. If you can have decentralized computing, this bring what we call the world computer. And this is one computer. No one can buy. You cannot buy it. It's the internet. The internet will start to become as a computer. How? Because look at this. We teach students in the courses that the basic definition of anything can be a computer if it is finite state machine. If you can define it as a finite state machine, then it's a computing. So what if you can use blockchain database to store state of the machine? Then the whole blockchain network will become like a virtual state machine. And this is what Ethereum vision is all about. Ethereum, I'm sure many of you will know Ethereum. Ethereum vision is to build general purpose blockchain. Not specific for Bitcoin or something, no, general purpose. So if they succeed in building general purpose platform, which is based on blockchain, then this is going to be the world computer. And this is why we are seeing increase in what we call the decentralized application or distributed applications. So watch this as a trend. And this brought what we call the decentralized autonomous organization. What's autonomous organization? We know autonomous car, but now we have autonomous organization, which means entity, not an object. Virtual organization, autonomous. Manage itself by itself through smart contracts. So this is what they call DAO. It's code that can own stuff. Finally, this is the big picture. This is the big story, if it happens. AI, there is a trend for something called AI, but not AI as specific AI. It's called artificial general intelligence, AGI. So if you combine AI with blockchain and apply it on DAO, then you will end up with very, very scary thing. You can wake up in the morning and find a new organization established by no one. It established itself by itself, and it started to do business in the internet. It sells products, especially the non-tangible products. And there is an experiment for an DAO which sells the graphics. So AI tool draw some graphics every day autonomously and put it in the internet. People buy it, pay money, and the organization has the money, so they have a balance sheet, they pay tax, but there is no employee. And they get requests. So one day we might have a DAO for a university. You wake up in the morning, you can register in the university, you attend the courses, you pay the money, and the university has no staff, no faculty, no buildings. It has no place, no physical address. Can this happen? Yes, it can happen. We are in 2020. Still, we are not at the end of 21st century. So 21st century is going to bring more surprises. Finally, what we recommend? We recommend adopting new business technology trends, needs, alignment with strategy, proper enterprise architecture, strong re-engineering considering customer experience. Data science application will have strong impact on digital government transformation initiatives and will expand automation to new areas in government business, hopefully. National data and application are strategic assets and have to be localized under its society control. I hope this will happen soon. Faster implementation and success in using AI in some services and cases will encourage expanding using AI in many other cases and services. Please use cases. Don't bring consultants to tell us how to do AI. Just jump to the market and do cases. There are a lot of cases easily can be done. You have enough knowledge to do that. So use cases. Sustainability in adopting AI digital transformation is necessary. Sustainability doesn't mean only financial sustainability. It has to be society sustainability, acceptance of the society, acceptance of customers. Otherwise, you are just doing research. Policies to assure observing and maintaining privacy and ethics is a key success factor in adopting AI in services. Innovation and innovators are needed. We need many innovators to establish a data culture and to develop a new model of digital services that utilize AI. Open data is becoming popular and mature with remarkable economic impact. In some studies, they put some billions that the economy is losing because we didn't open our data. Therefore, government agencies have to move properly and quickly in opening their data. This is the final, and this is for you. New skills in data sciences and AI are becoming essential to all graduates from engineering and computer departments, and I would say all departments. So data does not belong to any department. I found this piece of news. This is the last slide. And 2 days ago, this is February 29th this year, Berkeley University announced the largest gift given to Berkeley in its history to create a hub for advancing data science. And the amount of this gift is, I think, $253 million. And interestingly, it is from an anonymous source. They didn't reveal, I'm not sure whether they know him or not, but I'm sure they know him. But they say anonymous source. If you go to this piece of information, it's published in Berkeley News. And they also secured another $300 million, and they want to build huge center in Berkeley within 2 years, I think, for data science center. So hopefully Prince Sultan University will move also in the same direction. Thank you very much for listening, and I apologize if I took more time than what I supposed to do. Thank you for Prince Sultan University. I wish all success to your conference, and I'm sure with your research and with your brilliant innovators, we will have more AI advancement in our country. شكرا لكم.
Thank you very much, sir. We'll now open the floor to questions.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much, Your Highness, for this nice presentation. I just have one question. Since 2008, the financial crisis, the banks were requested to have financial risk officers. Do you think now it's time to have information risk officers for big companies who are doing digital transformation and to align themselves to the 2030 vision? Thank you very much.
Here or here? You want me to answer? So risk officer, huh?
Yeah, for information.
Yes, of course, and it should be there, especially if you have data and infrastructure, and cybersecurity now is becoming something at the top of the agenda. So risk is the best way is to handle cybersecurity. This is the best approach. You should manage the cybersecurity with risk assessment. So in order to have a risk assessment, you have to have risk officer. And however, it should not be part alone. It should be part of from the risk unit in the organization. For example, in Prince Sultan. So if you have a risk department, you should assure that there is a unit for the risk information officer. Don't make him isolated, because risk is, again, at the end, risk is one thing. It could be from digital information side, it could be from financial, it could be from any other source of risks. Yes.
Of course, right, for many years already see processes that are actually traditional, right, and business process management automate already this kind of process, routine work. So routine processes, right, are automated easily, and you end up with services, right, like capture services, right, and it eases the thing because it's repeated work. And you see, it does not require intelligence, right? It requires routine. This is understood to be automated. Now, the next step is the middle management. Middle management take decisions, right, to use their brain. Again, I guess, right, you see, we have to go sequential about this. Sequential means, right, incremental. We go to first, right, middle management, automate, right, the intelligence using AI, and produce algorithms, right, in order actually to automate the process of their decision making. But again, you're right, AI talk about a business support system. I mean, intelligent support systems are decision makers who take to support their decision. I believe, right, semi-automation at a higher level, right, is the ultimate goal. We cannot really ignore the human factor and take a human completely out. You just mentioned the big doctor who read in his specialty. I mean, this guy is there who read actually to inspire people, not only to take decisions. So the thing is, right, the word wisdom and experience, right, is difficult to define in AI. How to represent it? Even, right, when we build AI system, we have a domain expert. The guy comes, right, and say, do it this way. No, don't do this. Don't do that. And we follow the guy.
Shukran. For sure, what you mentioned is right. No one is saying AI will replace people. AI will take some work, routine work from people. However, people should be there, but they should do something else. They should innovate, maybe other jobs. Of course, the human touch, even if it can be done by some tools, will not be as good as the human touch, the physical human touch, the inspiration, the ease of communication. And also technology is, one day you might wake up in the morning, the technology is not working. So you have to have plan B. Always you have to have plan B. So I agree with you. Human intelligence, HI with AI, is a must. You should not ignore AI. But I'm sure there will be some departments or agencies or services that can be done autonomously, as we mentioned in the last slides. And the human should focus on something the machine cannot do. There is a race between human and machine. It's going to happen.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Your Highness, for your nice presentation. My question is like, in fact, two parts. What is the Saudi national policy or politics in terms of to have a local cloud provider? And maybe the second part is also linked to this. What about our data? Now, our data is everywhere else, and I know that in Europe, they have this national European, yes, where it should be localized within the premises of Europe. What happened here in the kingdom? Thank you.
Shukran. One of the mandates for the Saudi Data Commission and Artificial Intelligence is to establish the government cloud. So they're already there. They already started, and they have cloud, what we call private government cloud. There are also some other providers like STC and Mobile, the communication provider. They are building national clouds as a commercial service. But the problem with the cloud is the service on the cloud. So if you rent a cloud from local provider, which is lower in everything, in terms of security, in terms of capability, and costly, more expensive than Amazon, then there is a problem. People at the end will decide to go with the best, cheaper, more reliable, more secure. Security is defined in different ways. The strategic security, for sure, Amazon is not good. But for operational security, I'm sure it's stronger than many local providers. So the challenge is not easy. It's not just let's do it locally. Are we going to do it locally, similar to, or can compete at least with the big giant providers? I know for sure the United States government contracted Amazon to do their own cloud. But since they are USA government, they forced Amazon to do their separate cloud, not Amazon cloud that I and you can use. And those giants always have a market intelligence. They always try to avoid having another giants with them in the market. So whenever Amazon feel that there is initiative in either country, they have a press conference that says we will provide every country, every government with special, as we did with U.S. government. And when you go to them and talk to them, you'll find nothing. So they just kill any initiative without giving you the same product. So it's challenging, and I'm not sure what's going to happen. But as far as national policy, yes, we have it. And there is strong regulation about that coming soon. And there is a mandate to have the government cloud. It's going to be a violation if you store data outside, national data outside the country. But time is critical. Every day passes, many people are using Amazon or Google or Microsoft.
Excuse me? Can the ladies have a question? Okay. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
I'm Dr. Alia Mitchell. I'm Vice Dean of the College of Humanities, so from a different field per se. But I want to thank you for this very informative talk. And my question is more about what would you recommend for Prince Sultan University? What direction do you recommend we go as far as creating a program or programs that can address the trends that you have mentioned to support the workforce in the future? You spoke about behavioral sciences on several occasions throughout your talk. So where do you think we should go so that we can support the trends for the government of Saudi Arabia?
I'm sure the university staff has plans for these technologies, but to answer you in a short answer, do as Berkeley does. Try to see what Berkeley, which is well-known university, and you are also a well-known university, and look at their plans, scale it down. I know maybe the size is different. Scale it down and start doing the same thing. That's the shortest answer.
Assalamu alaikum, Your Highness. Here is Dr. Tanzila Sabah from PSU Artificial Intelligence and Data Analytics Research Lab. First of all, we are really thankful for a very enlightening and wonderful presentation. However, which I want to really appreciate your approach is that as a researcher and innovator, our target should not be only to publish high-impact journal publications, IEEE. It's something should be done for the community. However, in this term, I would like to highlight, like in the IDA lab, currently we are working in the healthcare and education, which is something about the breast cancer, but the main problem which we are facing right now in the kingdom, access to the data sources. As you mentioned, like the CAPS are one of the data source, but unfortunately the healthcare data is not fully available. So if we really want to do something for the community, the main obstacle, the main hurdle in our way is to access the accurate data where we can come up with the good findings. So it would be really appreciated if you can guide us, like specifically in the healthcare and education, where we can access to this data, to start something, come up with the new findings for the community. Thank you so much.
Inshallah. The Open Data Initiative in Saudi Arabia is owned by Ministry of Communication and IT, and they are pushing all government agencies to publish or start open data services. However, in government, they need always some policy to do that. They are afraid from publishing data that should not be published. So the Office of National Data that I just mentioned within the new component is doing some work now to classify the national data. And once they classify it, which is things that should be opened, things that should not be opened, then it will be easier for all agencies to open their data. And opening the data should have incentive to all parties. From your side, you are a researcher, you want to integrate with some data and do some real research. From government side, the economic side, the economic value that will return on the whole economy is the incentive. So it's a win-win situation. And as I said, the studies says if you don't open your data, you are losing, your economy at large is losing billions of riyals or dollars. So hopefully this will happen soon, inshallah.
Yeah, I have a question here.
Very much indeed, sir. Thank you. That is the last question.
I have a question here.
prepared.
Please, yeah.
Well, one more.
Yeah,
okay?
one more, yeah. Okay, I'm Mani Scoba, the Director of Research and Initiative Center at Prince Sultan University. Thank you very much for the talk. Actually, in PSU, we have many research labs working on artificial intelligence, and we are developing product beyond publications. The main problem is actually getting the fund. So my question is, does the Ministry of Interior support research and development grants for universities? And how could be the chance of PSU labs to have part of these funds?
Okay. Shukran. The way the research funding in the government is managed is not as you expect. So, you know, all the agencies in the government their budget comes from the annual budget of the whole government. There is no single item in the budget for any ministry, including Ministry of Interior, for research, unfortunately. And if you go to the Ministry of Finance, ask them where is the budget in the whole country research, he will say go to CAXT. Maybe someone from CAXT here. So CAXT, which is the King Abdulaziz Research, is the national research agency, and they are responsible for funding. So there should be a relationship between MOI and CAXT and the researcher. So we have to have the three triangle. For the universities, I think at least the government, the public university like King Saud or King Fahd, I think they have some funds, maybe either from the budget, the direct budget, or from their own resources for research. But for the government agencies, there is no single item in our budget for research. But we can do that. We can go together, the MOI, for example, or any ministry, with university like Prince Sultan University, and propose something to CACST. And CACST will study the visibility, etc. Then they will say, okay, then it will start. So it's a triangle, not one-to-one relationship.
Okay. Your Excellency, just one last question.
No, sorry, that is the finish, end of questions. Sorry about that, madam. I
Just
now
one more.
invite Dr. Mohammed Kenhal, the Dean of the College of Computer and Information Services, come up and present the plaques.
Break. Sorry? 10 minutes break, then we'll come back.
10 minutes, and then who's coming back?
Yeah. Yeah. 10 minutes break, then the lunch.
10 minutes break, and then
Lunch.
lunch. So, what about that one? Who's coming back?
No, they will come. They know the program.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you very much indeed for coming. There will now be a short break.
مين شال الدرع اللي كان هذا خلاه مش ما بين عليه؟ نقدر نشوف. اي والله تقدر تشوف الكاميرا؟ انا اعرفه.
Currently, we are
Inshallah. Responsible for
Thank you very much indeed for coming.
Professor Vincenzo Puri, who has received his PhD in computer engineering at Politecnico di Milano, Italy in 1989. He's a full professor in computer engineering at the Università degli Studi di Milano, Italy since 2000. He has been associate professor at Politecnico di Milano, Italy, and visiting professor at the University of Texas at Austin and at George Mason University in the US. His main research interests are artificial intelligence, computational intelligence, intelligent systems, machine learning, pattern analysis, and recognition. He is an IEEE fellow, and he is a member of many IEEE transactions and journals, and guest editor of many IEEE transactions. I would like to leave the floor for Professor Vincenzo Puri to present his talk. Thank you very much.
Your Highness, honorable authorities, ladies and gentlemen, Al-Salam alaikum, good morning. It is a great pleasure and an honor to address you today. I would like to thank His Highness for his presence and words, the Prince Sultan University for hosting the conference, all authorities and all officers for the support, and all sponsors and the organizer to make this event a reality. I would have loved to be with you today. However, since I live in Lombardy, near the area most affected by coronavirus in Italy, I felt that it would have been more sensible to care for your health and avoid traveling and unawarely bringing with me possible viruses. Thank you for your understanding. This conference is a unique opportunity for sharing knowledge on artificial intelligence, machine learning, data analysis, knowledge management, and intelligent applications. These topics have a continuously increasing relevance in many modern application scenarios, and they have a significant impact on our daily life. It is essential to remain on the leading edge of technology and innovation in these areas in order to ensure continuous advancement of research and applications for industry and development and for the benefit of the humanity. Ambient intelligence, how we can use artificial intelligence, machine learning, biometrics, and other technologies creating an infrastructure to support a better living. I would like to introduce you what is ambient intelligence, which are the needs of adapting the environments, understanding the characteristic of the environment, and adjusting the behavior of the environment to the need of the people. And we are going to see which are the technologies that can be useful in this perspective and how we can put them together how we can make them converging in a single framework to create the ambient intelligence. An ambient which is intelligent enough to understand our needs and adapt itself to our needs. Ambient intelligence is a set of technologies which are pervasively embedded in the environment which is surrounding us, where we live. The goal is to facilitate the human-system interaction so that it will be easier for the humans to ask the system to achieve the desired behavior. The second goal is to ensure the livability of the environment by autonomously adjusting the environment itself. The goal is to have the system, the environment, adjusting itself without the need of humans giving specific commands to the environment. The humans just needs to express some preferences, some needs, and when the system will recognize these needs, automatically will adjust its behavior. What we want to achieve is a system, is an ambient which behaves like mom and dad, who are able to look to the kids, recognizing their behavior, their needs, and automatically satisfy them, without the needs of the kids of expressing what actually they need. So what we wanted to do is to create a smart environment which is suited to support a smart living of people. Not only to create a more comfortable environment, but also to provide a safer environment. And we are considering the home, but also more in the large, a more complex building, an area of the city, the entire country, and the world. So what we wanted to do is to have the same behavior of the environment where we are typically living, also when we move to another place. What we wanted to do is to profile the interests, the characteristics, the preferences, the needs of each individual, so that the system, using this information, can adjust the behavior wherever the individual is. The first issue is to understand the environment, to understand what is happening in the environment, to understand the needs of the people who are in the environment. And we needed to identify in this environment the proper solution associated to the preferences and the needs of the individuals. We needed to be able to learn this from the real world, since we want a system capable of adjusting autonomously its behavior, of learning from what the system is observing in the environment itself. The system needed to look to the people, needed to look to what is happening in the environment and adjust itself. We needed to have a dynamic adjustment. The system needed to do this analysis and adjustment, not only at the beginning, at a given point, but continuously. So that if we have evolving needs and preferences of the individuals, we can take them into account and continuously adjust the behavior of the system. And we needed to monitor the evolution of the environment, of the activities in the environment, and the evolution of the needs and preferences of the people who are entering and staying in that specific environment. So basically what we need is to use technologies which are supporting this observation and learning of the preferences and needs which can be extracted from the knowledge that we acquire observing the environment, observing what is happening in the environment. So we need basically signal and image processing to collect information through the sensor from the environment. We need pattern recognition, data analytics, data mining to collect all information in knowledge, to extract the knowledge from the data, and we need to be able to learn these characteristics, these features, the preferences and the needs by using machine learning and artificial intelligence techniques. But how we can characterize the individuals who are in an environment so that we can associate to the individual the preferences and the needs? Well, basically what we need from the point of view of the system is to be able to identify the individuals or groups of individuals sharing the same characteristics or the behavior of the individuals themselves, so that when we have identified an individual or the group or the behavior, we can actually profile the individual or the group of individuals so that we can associate characteristics, needs, preferences to that specific individual or to the group of individuals. And this will allow to personalize the environment, to create a personalized service in the environment. To identify the individual, now what we can do is to use biometric techniques. So we do not need to carry a token and be identified by a smart card or by a device. We do not want to present information, login and password, which are identifying the individual. We just want to use biometric techniques which allow the individual to be what the individual is. So the individual needs just to show himself, herself to the system, and the system will identify the individual by using one or more of the biometric characteristics. Then we have the infrastructure. In order to create the comprehensive infrastructure managing the adaptive environment, we need to have the data collected from the sensor propagated to the systems which are able to store and process this information, to extract the knowledge, to store the preferences and the needs of the people. So what we need is to have a computing infrastructure and the networking infrastructure able to support the sharing and the analysis of the information collected from the sensors. Internet of Things and cyber-physical systems are nowadays the classic models which allow to support this interconnection. And at a higher level, the cloud or edge or fog computing is the infrastructure which is able to make available the services and support the profiling and support the global sharing of the profiles of the individuals, to create the ability of adapting the environment in any place where the individual is moving. But let's see which are the typical smart environment, and then we will look at which are the technologies that can be used to create this smart environment, this adaptable environment. One of the very well-known smart environment is the smart home. Domotics has been introduced decades ago to adjust the behavior of the home. But typically what we need to do is to go to a panel and press the appropriate buttons, give the appropriate commands to the control system so that the behavior of the home can be adjusted to our needs. Well, nowadays we can use a smartphone and an app on the smartphone to do the same. So we do not need to go physically to a panel, but through the smartphone we can give the commands explicitly to the system to have the proper temperature, to adjust the air conditioning or the warming of the room, to adjust the lighting, the music, or any other function we want in that environment. We can use the same smart adaptive approach also in kitchen, in restaurants. What we may want to have is a menu which is automatically adjusting to our preferences, showing first the food which satisfy our constraints on possible allergies, as well as preferences. We can have the system for personal hygiene, like a shower which is automatically adjusting the temperature to our preferences without the need actually of selecting the desired preferences wherever we are in the world. Smart entertainment is also another huge opportunity for nowadays and the future to create smart systems. Games are available nowadays with a direct interaction which allow to recognize gestures. What we can do is to have the ability of personalizing a new game, at least at the beginning, by extracting the preferences and the needs from other games in which we have been active, so that we do not need to start from scratch when we try a new game, but we can inherit some information from the other games that we are used to. We can also create smart TV sets that are able to better understand our preferences and needs and adjust the presentation of the movies and the TV shows in the most effective way, so that our selection will be simplified. For example, if I am recognized by the system, by a camera which is in the TV set, the list of my preferences can be retrieved and the programs can be shown according to the preferences that I may have. The system can actually do something more, can monitor what I'm doing. And if I'm falling asleep, this may mean that I'm very tired, but can mean also that I am not really interested in that type of entertainment. So the system may record this, and if this behavior is frequent, that can be the indication that that type of entertainment is not what I really prefer. So it will not be the first option that the system will show me. And this can be exported and moved wherever I am around the world. Obviously, we may have a problem if we have multiple people looking to the TV set. The TV set needs to perform an average of the needs of the people, so that the system will present the movies or the various type of entertainment according to the preferences, not only of one individual, but according to the needs or the preferences of the individuals who are in front of the TV set. And obviously, if there are conflicts of preferences, that will need to be properly addressed. Children protection is another area where we can work, exploiting the capability of an autonomous learning system to increase the protection in the home or in the place where the kids are living. Smart cars is also another huge opportunity. For example, if I have different drivers of the same car, we can have not only the ability of manually adjusting the seat or other features of the car to the specific driver using the car at that time, but we can identify the individual by using a biometric approach. We can have the system autonomously retrieving the preferences concerning the setup of the seat or the driving style. Someone may be more sporty, so we need to adjust the air-to-fuel ratio so that the car will be more brilliant. If Personally, I prefer a more quiet driving style. The adjustment of the injection need to be in the different direction so that I can save more energy and have a more quiet driving style. And also the other features of the car, the entertainment and so on. The smart transportation system is also another huge opportunity to simplify the interaction with the tube, with the metro lines, with the public transportation. The intelligent traffic management is also another significant application for a smart environment, so that I can automatically adjust the duration of the green light to favor people who may have difficulties in walking and ensure that they cross without any problem. Rental services may be supported by the information collected by an adaptive environment, so that the needs and the preferences of the renters can be considered during the rental process, simplifying the interaction. Well, I'm coming from Italy, and as a consequence, the fashion is one of the big industries here. So what we can do is to use an intelligent environment to create intelligent shops. In the windows of the shop, I can put some screen and show in the screen some of the items that the shop is selling. The windows may not be so huge to contain everything, so using the screen, I may attract the attention of individuals presenting on the screen items which can be of a specific interest for these people and help them in identifying the shops that are of their interest, attracting more customers to the shops. The information kiosks and the augmented reality is also another huge application area, so that the information we present to the individuals will be personalized, take into account their specific needs and preferences. For the augmented reality, I can show on the glasses the information which are more relevant to the individual, to that specific individual, and who are more relevant at that specific time, so that this will simplify the movement of that individual in the city. And the same for ticket offices, gates, or for museums and exhibitions, where I can guide the people, especially in huge exhibitions or complex museums, so that they can look specifically to the items in which they may be more interested in. And also for healthcare and hospitals. This may help in adjusting the environment where the patients are living, and as a consequence making more comfortable the living, the staying in the hospital itself. And the various healthcare services can be simplified and improved, adding the particular characteristics of the environment, for example, for the benefit of pharmacists. But if we can think also more in the large. We can think to the city, to create smart cities, not only with the technologies that we are using nowadays, which are applying rules to manage the cities, which are applying knowledge extracted from the data to manage the city. But we can do this by taking into account the needs of the people who are moving in the various areas, who are living in the various areas, so that we can make the experience of the city much more personal. But how we can use the various technologies we mentioned at the beginning to create a smart environment, to create an ambient intelligence. The infrastructure supporting ambient intelligence. Artificial intelligence is the main of these techniques, since this is able to extract the knowledge from the data collected from the sensors, and as a consequence, create the model of the environment, create the information supporting the choices of the individuals, and adjusting the behavior of the environment to the needs and the preferences of people. Basically, we have various technologies, neural networks, fuzzy systems, evolutionary computing, machine learning, knowledge extraction, many various techniques, which are under the umbrella of artificial intelligence. Neural networks are mimicking the behavior of the brain, analyzing the data and extracting some relevant features representing the status of the information we are observing, or controlling the activities in the environment itself. Fuzzy systems allow to represent information which is not only numeric, as we are used to, but which is also given in a non-crisp way. The fuzzy system allows, for example, to represent information and data which are represented in a linguistic way. We can give the temperature of the room as a number of Celsius of the temperature of the room, or we can give the concept of the temperature of the room as hot or cold according to our perception. And these linguistic terms are sufficiently shared by the individuals in the area that we are considering. But what we want to do is to process this additional information exactly in the same way, in the same framework of the numeric information. And this is what fuzzy system can be effective. Evolutionary computing is a set of optimization techniques which allow to find an optimum solution by mimicking the natural evolution of the species. By mixing the genome representing an individual and trying to create offsprings which are representing new examples of possible solutions. And this allows actually to explore in a much broader way the space of the possible solutions. Using these technologies, we can actually create a smart, adaptive environment capable of monitoring what is happening in the environment itself and evolve according to the evolving needs of the people in the environment itself. In general, we can use not only the specific technologies of artificial intelligence to solve the complete problem, but what we have seen very effective is to split the entire system solving the problem, managing the aspect we are interested in, managing the environment in parts, and choose the most effective, the most appropriate technology for each of the parts. So what is better in general is to consider a composite system in which we may have some conventional signal image processing techniques, we can have neural networks, we can have fuzzy components addressing the various characteristics and needs of the application. And this will help in having more freedom in the design of the system, which allow to achieve a higher accuracy and better performances. But which are the various aspects that are needed to create the ambient intelligence? How we can use the various technological approaches for ambient intelligence? Well, we need first of all to acquire the signal and the images from the environment through the sensors. We need to process them to extract relevant information, to merge the data, and to analyze the data we have, to classify the status of the environment, And if we need to control the environment, we need to generate the appropriate control signals to adjust the behavior of the environment. And then we may need, if we have many parameters, we may need to optimize the entire behavior of the system. How we can do that? Signal and image acquisition can be performed by using conventional techniques based on sensors linearization, sensor diagnosis, considering traditional algorithmic approaches. Or we can use artificial intelligence, especially for self-calibration and to manage the non-linearities of the sensor and the systems, and also in error and fault detection in a flexible way. Signal preprocessing is the subsequent essential step, since we need to manage the signals and the images in an appropriate way. Signals and images contain some noise due to the nature of the sensors that we are using, and that cannot be avoided. We can use very accurate, very efficient sensors, and we can reduce the noise which is in the signals that we are generating, but we never are able actually to remove completely this variation in the signal that we observe. On the other side, if we are using cheap components, we may have not a good quality in the signal, but this will allow to have a system with a more acceptable cost from the point of view of the customers. Signal and image preprocessing are directed to enhance the quality of the signals, correcting the error, removing as much as possible the noise. This is important since this allows to have a better quality of the signals, which allow to simplify the various subsequent processes. Understanding the status of the environment for clean signals will simplify the definition of the algorithms of the methods which are suited to understand the environment. If we have noisy data, we need to consider not only the clean data, but also the presence of the noise, and we need to understand the status of the environment even in the presence of the noise. So performing a signal preprocessing which allows to reduce significantly the noise will allow to simplify the understanding of the status of the environment, and as a consequence will allow to simplify the subsequent algorithms. From the signals and the images that we are collecting, we are not interested in taking the entire information contained in the signal, but we are interested in extracting some characteristic features which are describing in a concise way what's happened in the environment. For example, we may be interested in peaks, in understanding where are the peaks of the signal, or in understanding which is the envelope of a signal, which is the derivative of a signal, the trend of a signal, or something like that. Since this is what is relevant in understanding the status and the evolution of the environment itself. So neural and fuzzy techniques have been shown effective for signal processing as well as for feature extraction. Which are the features that we need to take in order to model our environment to create an effective and efficient application? Of course, if we have few features, the complexity will be low, but also the accuracy will be low. If we can increase the feature, if we have many features, not necessarily the accuracy will increase. The reason? We may have some of the features which are strictly related to each other by physical law, and as a consequence, adding this additional feature does not increase the knowledge that we have about the environment. We need, therefore, to understand which is the appropriate number of features that we need to extract and which are the features that we need to extract. There are several approaches, both algorithmic and artificial intelligence-based approaches, which have been shown effective in this perspective. Another step, which may be important in some application, is that in order to characterize the status and the evolution of a system, we may need to merge information coming from different sensors, since this gives a comprehensive view of the status of the environment. For example, the comfort of a room is not only due to the temperature or the humidity of the room, but is the combination of the two which makes us feeling fine in a room. And as a consequence, merging, fusing these two information is essential to have a single parameter which, in a concise way, give us the comfort of the room. Neural network and fuzzy systems have been shown effective in this perspective. In other cases, there are sensors which is difficult actually to implement physically, but that we can create by picking some information and deriving the value of the quantity which should have been measured if we were using a physical sensor. For example, if we want to understand which is the humidity at the soil, we can put many sensors, a humidity sensor in the soil, but this may not be so effective and feasible if we are considering an area which can be subject to possible interaction with animals or machinery, and as a consequence, the sensor may be damaged. If we are in the field, it's very difficult to put the sensors around and collect the information. Working in the field, we may damage actually the sensors themselves. What we can do is to observe from a satellite or from an airplane the humidity on the soil by analyzing the signals reflected in the images, the specific signals in a bandwidth which is associated to the molecules of water. So analyzing the spectral images in these frequencies, in this specific bandwidth, we can extract the amount of energy that the sun is reflected by the humidity of the soil. And as a consequence, the more signals we receive, the higher is the intensity of the reflected signals from the sun. We can deduce that higher is the humidity in the soil. And we create in this way an indirect measure, a virtual sensor collecting this specific information. Then, in order to characterize the status of the system, we need to perform classification, clustering, and pattern recognition. Classification is when we know a priori the classes. Clustering is when a priori we don't know the clustering, so we need to understand the classes from the data we are observing. And then we have patterns that we are analyzing in the data, which are representative of activities of the status of what is happening in the environment. And we can have an integer classification, which characterizes the status, or we can use a continuous value, a floating point value, which measure that characteristic in the environment. Control is another essential aspect to create an intelligent ambient. The ambient observes what is happening. The system managing the intelligent ambient observes what is happening in the environment itself. And then, if a proper control is needed, the system needs to generate the control signal, the signals that need to be sent to the actuators to achieve the desired behavior. Neural-based and fuzzy-based control have been shown very effective in addition to the traditional algorithmic control to this purpose, to capture the desired behavior of the control from examples, or to take into account non-crisp definition of the quantities involved in the management of the environment. System optimization is also an important aspect. If the system has many parameters that need to be set, it may be not really efficient to use a trial and error approach, the classic approach, but the use of evolutionary computation allows to solve this optimization task in addition to the many other techniques offered by the operating research. But the evolutionary computation may be more effective when we have many minima and maxima in the functions that we need to optimize, and as a consequence, the more traditional operating research techniques may remain stuck in some of the local minima, since they are not completely able to explore in a more free way the space of the possible solutions. Now, how we can identify the individual so that we can decide how to adjust the environment, how to set the characteristics of the environment according to the preference and needs of the individuals. Biometric techniques are the ones which are very useful in this perspective to perform the identification. And we can use biometric techniques for identifying the person, a specific person, so that we can associate to the person a list of needs and preferences, desire, and when we need to adjust an environment where the person is entering, then we just need to retrieve this list and use this list to select the appropriate setup for the envisioned environment. But the system will continuously monitor the behavior of the person in that environment. So the system will be able to learn new preferences, new adjustment of the preferences and needs, new desires, so that the system itself, the intelligent systems, can actually update, expand the information recorded in the profile of the individual, so that this new information can be used in the future. We can do the same not only for the individuals, but also in the case of groups of individuals, classes of individuals who are sharing some characteristics. In the case we are not interested in identifying the specific individual, but we are just interested in understanding which type of individual we are considering. For example, if we are associating some characteristic to a young person or an elder person, we just want to know this characteristic and create the group of the young people and the older people, so that when I see an individual who is classified as young people, I can use the list of the preferences and needs of that group of people for the specific application I am considering. And the same, I can refine the services and the operation of the environment, enriching this list with what I learn from the behavior of the young people in the various environments in a dynamic way. Obviously, I am observing one specific individual, and as a consequence, the adjustment of the preferences and needs need to take into account that these new needs, these changes, this evolution of the needs are expressed by one individual only. I cannot plainly update the list. I need to weight the changes, take into account that at this time I'm observing an individual only if I will observe other individuals who will have the same needs, the same characteristic, I can expand the relevance of the new needs of the new characteristics or the adjustment of the specific preferences that have been recorded before. In some cases, I may not care at all who is the specific individual who is doing an action. I may not care about which is the group, the class of individuals who are doing an action, but I may be interested only in understanding the action itself. In this case, I will analyze with biometric techniques the action, and I will recognize the action using the action to start or modify the services and operation in the environment itself as a sort of human system command interface. What is biometrics? Biometrics is a set of automated technologies which allow to recognize a person or a class of person or actions based on physiological or behavioral traits. Typical physiological traits are the fingerprint, the face, the iris, and various other techniques. Typical behavioral traits are the gesture, the age, the gender, the emotions that we express. All these traits have some characteristics. The more I need these traits for unique identification of the individual, the more critical are the specific characteristics, the specific properties of the biometric trait. Uniqueness is essential if I need to identify uniquely the individual, and so on. Nowadays, what we want to do is to interact with the individuals in the environment in the easiest unconstrained way. And as a consequence, we are more and more studying and using unconstrained, completely unconstrained, or less constrained biometrics, so that we do not need to have a stronger cooperation of the individuals, and we do not need to have a strict control of the scenarios of the environment where the biometry is collected. For example, what we want to do is to use contactless techniques. For example, to collect fingerprints, I would like to use just a camera at some distance, not a specific sensor that I need to touch. I want to be able to collect the face or the iris at a higher distance so that I can recognize the individual even if he's not in front of the camera. I would like to use the natural light and not to use some specific high-intensity lighting in order to make the collection of the image more natural without specific needs in the environment. And nowadays is more and more interesting the ability of collecting the biometries while people is actually moving without forcing the individual to stop and show themselves to the sensors collecting the biometry. This will allow to have much more freedom in applying these technologies in the real environment. What is important to observe is that in order to make biometric collection a reality, we need to use some techniques which are sensor measurement systems, signal image processing. We need to perform some data fusion, classification, and clustering, and as for the collection of any other type of signals coming from the sensor. And okay, for the case of the biometry, we need also to care more for security and privacy. What is important to point out is that to address these various characteristics of biometric collection and processing for biometric identification, artificial intelligence can be used as well, as we have done for the other signal and images that we collected for the environment analysis and understanding. Let's look to the infrastructure, what we can do in the infrastructure, how we can improve the behavior of the system, how we can share the information that we need to collect from the sensors, and how we can share the information associated to the individual, the profiles of the individual, so that we can provide knowledge to the system managing the intelligent ambient to adjust the behavior of the environment itself on the basis of the personal needs and preferences of the individuals. We need to have a pervasive infrastructure to support all of this. We need to collect the data from the sensor, bring them to appropriate processing unit, store them, extract some information from the profiles, and then take the decisions about the management of the specific environment we are considering, imposing the proper control signals. Internet of Things is one of the models or architectural models that we can use. Internet of Things is a non-dedicated communication infrastructure, is shared among many possible applications, is a generic infrastructure. It provides the interfaces, the protocols, some basic services, some standards, and then I need to plug in this infrastructure the sensors, the actuators to control the environment, and then we need to plug the appropriate algorithm to analyze the data coming from the sensors and generate the appropriate control signal. I need to create the applications which are extracting the knowledge about the preferences and needs of the individuals. I need to learn this. I need to have the application which are able to learn these characteristics, store these characteristics, retrieve these characteristics, and provide the information which are needed by the control system in order to adjust the behavior of the environment to the needs of the specific individuals who are in that environment. I need a global connectivity and the generic support for the application. Another typical approach nowadays is the cyber-physical system, the cyber-physical system model. This is a dedicated communication and processing infrastructure, is a specialized infrastructure. I have monitor and control composed by sensor data processing and actuators, and can be implemented either as a virtualized connection, interconnection among the various components, or a dedicated structure. So completely separate from the global internet. For processing and storage, for processing the data and storing the relevant information, I can use the cloud computing model so that I can have in the cloud the profile of the individuals. I will retrieve from the sensor through the Internet of Things structure the data which are relevant for the specific application. I will have in the cloud the algorithms to process them, to extract the knowledge, to extract which is the status of the environment, to extract the preferences, the evolution of the preferences of the individuals in that environment, and then I will have the control algorithms which are used to impose the control signals to the actuators and force the environment to behave as the people in the environment itself like. The case of cloud computing, in the case of the cloud computing, we will have in the cloud the storage of all information and the algorithms that need to be used. And we will run in the cloud the control algorithm, the knowledge extraction algorithm, the identification algorithm for the individuals, the retrieval of the preferences and needs for the individuals, and the update of the list of the preferences, of the profiles of the individuals. In several cases, the communication bandwidth will not be sufficient from the sensor to the cloud and back to the actuators. In these cases, we may need to use a different model, a fog computing model, in which we move a part of the knowledge, a part of the information, part of the computation, not in the cloud, but more locally, nearer the environment we need to monitor. In other cases, the amount of data that are going in the network is so huge that even this model is not feasible. So we need to go to edge computing model, where we are actually doing a significant part of the computation nearby the sensors. And then we may transmit to the higher level only some significant information which may be needed to take the final decisions. In any case, whichever is the infrastructure, in order to support the ambient intelligence, we need to really care for security and privacy, since here we have several information which are very sensitive for the individuals. We have the profiles of the individual, so we do not want to disclose the entire profile to everybody. We want to disclose a specific portion of the profile which is relevant for a specific management of the specific environment, only for the individuals who are in that environment and at that time. So the complete management of security and privacy is really essential. And we need to ensure a protection of the entire system from attacks, from security attacks, since this may put at risk the behavior of the system and the data which are stored in the system itself. Dependability and resilience are also an essential part of the infrastructure, since we want to ensure a continuity of the behavior of the intelligent ambient. And as a consequence, even if we have a presence of faults or errors or problems in a portion of the infrastructure, the rest of the infrastructure needs to be redundant enough to ensure the continuity of service. Interoperability is also very important, since the knowledge we extracted in a specific environment needs to be shared in another one, so we need to ensure the interoperability of the data that we have collected. Another significant problem is the scalability of the system. The more this kind of infrastructure is used in not only in the home, but in the city or the world, the more we need to ensure that the data are accessible in an efficient way. So we may have a scalability geographically, and we may have a scalability in the intensive use due to the fact that more people are actually recorded in the system and as a consequence interact with the system itself. Energy, obviously, is another very important aspect that may significantly impact the use of an intelligent ambient. So, in summary, all these technologies can be put together to create an infrastructure supporting an intelligent management of the environment. And this will ensure an intelligent ambient where the life of the people will be better from the point of view of the comfort and from the point of view of the safety. So what we wanted to do is to have an efficient, privacy-aware environment capable of adapting itself to the evolving needs of the individuals who are in the specific environment, both in the home, in the city, in the world. With this, I would like to thank you for your kind attention. Thank you. If you have any question, I will be happy to answer.
Okay, thank you for being here. So is there any question for the speaker? question? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Prof, can you talk?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, Vincenzo is here. Vincenzo is here?
Yeah, he's talking.
Okay. So is there any question for the speaker? Yes, there is one question, yes.
Professor, it was a very nice presentation. So thank you. Would you like to end this presentation by saying something?
There is one question. There is one question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We have a question.
There is one question.
Yeah, Prof, can you hear a question?
Yeah, yes, I can hear. Can you repeat?
Okay, great. Thank you for your presentation. Just I have one question regarding the computational part for the ambient intelligence. In fact, you mentioned that we have to do within the ambient intelligence, we have to do computation, especially, for instance, when you mention feature selection, when you mention whenever you have to select the features and you have to mention to more feature means higher complexity, less features, less accuracy, and so on. So how you can handle this computational? It will be distributed over these different sensor, virtual sensor or not, but it will be distributed, or how you can really handle this computation, because we know that this kind of application should be real time, and I don't know if this computational should be real time or offline. Thank you.
Thank you for the attention and the question. There is not a unique answer, since it depends specifically on the type of application we are considering. The selection of the features that we need to analyze, that will be done a priori offline by studying the specific application case. So by choosing the sensors we choose and that we are using for the application, we choose also which are the features in the signal that we or the images that we extract from the sensors that are relevant for the specific application. This is part of the design of the application. When we have designed the application, the features that we are extracting from the data are fixed. So the computation that is needed to extract the feature, the pre-processing part, the feature extraction, and so on, these operations are known in advance when we design the application. When we deploy the application, we will have to choose where to put this part of the computation. If the bandwidth is enough, we can consider to have this computation in the cloud directly, where we are going to have the decision process, which will choose which are the actions to be applied in the environment to achieve the desired behavior of the environment as control actions. Or if the bandwidth will not be enough, we can choose to move this computation nearer to the sensor, so that we will send in the network only the results, the features which have been extracted. In some cases, we can do the data fusion locally, if we are able to collect the data from the local sensor and merge this information together so that we can send in the network only the concise information, the information that we have fused, the features contained in the information that we have fused. And this will reduce significantly the bandwidth. Then, of course, the control actions need to be taken in real time, taking into account all data coming from all sensors. What we can do in this case is to collaborate in the cloud, if possible, if the bandwidth will allow to send the data, if the real-time operation is ensured for that specific application, or we can move the control algorithm in the fog, so nearer to the area that we are monitoring, or we can move as near as possible, for example, in the edge, near the actuator, so that from the sensor we extract the information, we send this information to the control algorithm which is running nearby the actuators which are controlling, for example, temperature, humidity of the room where the person is living. If we are talking about the biometric part, the identification of the individuals, this can be placed in various parts of the architecture in a localized place in the area where the individual is living, is working. For example, if I wanted to control my home or control the building where I'm working, I can deploy my biometries in that area, so that and the profile associated to my needs and preferences in the control system, in the network related to the building or my home. If I want, and I can keep the general profile available in the cloud, so that if I move to a completely different place, and if I need more time, I still can reach my profile. So I can distribute the data and the computation in the network by taking into account the possible limits of the bandwidth which is needed to transfer the data, and the possible availability of processing units locally or globally, which may reduce the need of bandwidth. So there is not a single answer, but this will need to be studied according to the specific environment that we are considering. And there are many options in order to modulate the computational needs with respect to the availability of the computational capability in the architecture, as well as the communication, the bandwidth, which is available. Sorry for this long answer, but it was not, even if the question was short, it was very complex. And thank you for having pointed out this very critical aspect in the design of the architecture.
Thank you, Doctor, for your answer. In fact, this leads to the another comment about saturation. Having all this type of sensing, and then this will saturate certainly whatever bandwidth it will be used. I don't know how this will be optimized.
Well, agree. In fact, this is the reason for which when you have an environment that you need to monitor, for example, the home or the building where we are working, it is much more efficient to have a fog architecture where you move part of the data and the computation more locally. For example, you can have a computer managing the automation of the building, and you can deploy in this computer the algorithms which ensure an ambient intelligence. So you do not need necessarily to have everything in the cloud, which will require a significant bandwidth to send the data to the cloud and retrieve the control signals from the cloud. So you can distribute the computation, and with the distribution, the more locally you move the computation, the less bandwidth you will need global.
Okay, thank you very much, Vincenzo, for this very interesting presentation and for answering to the question.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Yes, and we do appreciate if we will have some future opportunities to visit us after this coronavirus issue will be resolved worldwide.
I will be very happy. And thank you again for your understanding of not being able to be there with you in presence.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your commitment and your cooperation with us. Thank you.
My real pleasure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And have a good conference.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Bye. Okay. So now, yes. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Okay, so thank you for the audience for being here. Now we come to the first session of accepted papers. And this session is about deep learning applications 1. So the first talk will be by Mr. Ali Al-Khatlan about attention-based sequence learning models for Arabic diacritic restoration. Yes, yes, please.
Thank you all for coming and showing interest. And this is the topic that the paper got accepted about is attention-based sequence learning model for Arabic diacritic restoration. It's been done by my friends and me, Dr. Jogal Kalita from the Computer Science Department, University of Colorado, Colorado Springs, and Dr. Faris Khatib from King Abdulaziz University, and Dr. Ali Al-Khatlan also from King Abdulaziz University. So let me first start with the characteristics of Arabic for non-native speakers. So Arabic belongs to the Semitic family of languages like Hebrew, and it follows certain language construction or structure. And it contains of 28 characters written from right to left. And vowels are expressed with the diacritics. And usually those diacritics are not written for the modern standard Arabic, which sometimes produces ambiguity for non-native speakers and also sometimes for Arabic native speakers. So for example, given this Arabic sentence to show how it looks like, so حتى الآن تعتقد المصادر أن أسباب الحادث قد تكون شخصية. Up until now, the authorities think that the motive behind the accident was might be personal. So we use Bookwalter transliteration. It looks like that. It's sequence of characters and sequence also for the diacritic marks. And it shows the short vowels like fatha, dhamma, kasra, or the combining with short vowels like shadda, fatha, shadda, dhamma, and shadda, kasra, and also case ending notation, which is tanween, also always appears in the last character in a word. So these are the harakat, the diacritic marks we are working on. It is total of 14 diacritic marks. So the outlines is, it's been already spoken about, characteristics of Arabic. So the slide that coming next is what is Arabic diacritic restoration, giving an introduction about the problem, related work, approaches, and eventually performance and evaluation and conclusion. So what is Arabic diacritic restoration? This problem is a very well-known problem in NLP and in Arabic NLP community for a long time throughout the years. And as has been said, in modern standard Arabic, the text is not written, is written without those diacritics and produces ambiguity in the language. So it's important because it can be as an end task to alter the pronunciation of the words. And also it can be an intermediate task for another NLP task like word sense disambiguation and some other tasks in NLP. So related work, this problem has been having a really good spotlight throughout the years. And from probably 2002 until 2014, many different statistical methods and approaches have been done, such as hidden Markov model and other approaches. But recently, with one of the biggest breakthroughs in NLP is recurrent neural network, started from 2014 until probably 2017, until another breakthrough has been taking place. And also, the previous approaches were really combining some other extra resources to induce for the performance of the model. So, for example, syntactic and morphological Arabic analyzer. So, but recently, recurrent neural network sequence-to-sequence model from 2014 until 2018. So up until the time of publication of this work, 4 publications that used recurrent neural network, and we focus on the first 2 that we compare our work with. The last 2 is a little bit not very compatible with our work because it used external resources. And the last one was just predicting the last diacritic mark in a word, which is more for syntactic. Our work is more for semantic. So approaches. So how are we solving this problem in our work? So it's possible to treat this problem as a sequence-to-sequence, even though when we look at the sentence, the Arabic sentence, it doesn't look like a sequence-to-sequence, but we can consider it as a sequence-to-sequence where one sequence is the characters and the other sequence is the diacritic marks, the harakat. And for example, if you have the word dhahaba, the with fatha, ha with fatha, and ba with sukun, and we translated that way, so we have the input sequence. The input sequence is the character or the characters, and the output sequence is the marks, the diacritic marks. So for each input, we have either 0, 1, or 2 diacritic marks. It depends. So how do we implement sequence to sequence? So as been said, one of the biggest breakthrough is recurrent neural network that a lot of researchers in many different NLP tasks, and it was really a breakthrough and produced really good results, and it showed really big interest. So we used recurrent neural network so can model this type of problems. So the purpose of this work is to use attention mechanism to avoid or overcome the problem of vanishing gradient. And also we investigate the use of attention mechanism on top of our model to augment or to obtain more information and make our model more informative in order to produce better accuracy or result. So we investigate many approaches, multiple stack RNN, GRU, and LSTM, multiple different structure or architecture of RNN, and also attention mechanism. And the data set that we use, it's confidential. It's from LDC. It's ATB3 Part 3, version 3.2. That's the other related work used already. And it can be clearly seen that the number of sequences is long enough or is big enough, about 8,000 sequences, or when I say sequences, it's sentences or lines. And validation is around 200,000, and testing is about 2,000 sequences. And it shows number of sequences, number of words, and number of characters, as well as number of diacritic marks. So the basic sequence-to-sequence model is to have input and output, and the input is the characters, the Arabic characters. So we chop the sentence into tokens. Each token is a character. And we isolate the diacritic marks from each character to be the output, the classification, or the label. So it's called this kind of RNN structure is called sequence labeling. That's the term that's been agreed by many. So we have embedding layer and stacked RNN and projection layer. Projection layer is the output layer. Stacked RNN is that where the computation of the neural network is taking place, and the embedding layer is the weight of the inputs, the first matrices. And that's the core of our work. So rather than only depending on the hidden state or the information from the current character, we take into account also the other sequences or the other characters that appear in the same sentence. We augment more information. This is done computationally. We produce something called context vector, okay? And this is basically taking the softmax, producing a score for each token, telling us the probability of this token to appear in regard or respect to the others. And then we augment this with the output. We concatenate it with the already hidden state that we have, and then we do the classification. More details about the approaches in the paper, if you are interested. So performance and evaluation, we use the tradition evaluation metric. It's called a diacritic error rate. It's on character level, computed as the proportion of characters with incorrectly restored diacritics. And we use two types of it, all diacritic and indiacritic. All diacritic takes into account all characters or all diacritics in the word or in the sentence. And indiacritic omits all diacritic except for the character at the end of the word. So the first one is more about semantic or the meaning of a word. And the last one is more the syntactic or part of speech, telling us where the word appears, like فعل and فاعل, verb or adjective, etc. So this is the result. So as I said, multiple stacked RNN, GRU and LSTM RNN, also attention mechanism. So we conducted many experiments ranging from 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers of RNN, LSTM, GRU, basic RNN, attention or attentive LSTM, attentive GRU, and we compare it with Belenkov and Abanda. Surprisingly, I achieved better results in mostly all experiments by using GRU. So even though that GRU wasn't used as much as LSTM, but in our problem, GRU produced really better result than LSTM. And the best result in all diacritic is 2.53 compared to 2.72 from Abanda et al. So this is the confusion matrix or the visualization of our work. It can be clearly seen that what produces the trouble, what makes the trouble in our model is the notation, tanween. Because we do not use any morphological analyzer or syntactic analyzer telling us the part of speech of each word. So that's why I think we have this problem. And I do believe that if we add in morphological analyzer or syntactic analyzer, will improve the accuracy of the model. And we can see that shadda n, which is tanween, that always appears in the last diacritic, gives us the most problem, and also the K and the N shows us the where the problem is, where the problems comes from. So conclusion, as I said, our attentive GRU model produced the best performance among all. And our attention mechanism that we used, taking into account the context vector, improved by 2.32 compared to Billing Clove, and about 0.19 compared to Abanda. And GRU outperformed LSTM in all experiments. Our model visualization encourages us to add morphological or syntactic analyzer to overcome case endings, which is the annotation or tanween. This is the references, the basic references. And thank you. Any questions?
Any questions? Yes. Yes.
السلام عليكم.
Salam.
يعطيك العافية. I have a question. The idea when you get it about tanween, harakat, and all of this, how can you translate for deep learning? I think it's a big problem because you know it's not like little from Arabic to English. No, it's
Yes.
harakat, tanween. Can you explain more for that?
Yes, usually this is my research field, working in Arabic, and that's a problem that always researchers face when working with Arabic. So what we do, we use transliteration. That means we have Arabic characters. We transfer it to Latin characters. That's why I gave the example of the word dhahaba. So we translate each character to a Latin word. We use Bookwalter schema. So if you can search, just write in Google Bookwalter schema, Arabic for Arabic, and it shows you what each character is, what each Latin sign to which character, Arabic character is mapped to. So we convert it to Latin first, and then we do the programming, or we do the training as English. The same. It's the same thing. No, we have 14. We have, you mean the number of harakat in the text? Yeah, it was, if I'm not mistaken, about maybe 1 million recurrences of the, yeah, something like that. I don't remember the numbers, but it's in the slide. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, yes, in Hebrew, I think. And probably, I'm not really familiar, but transliteration is a subfield, a very subfield in NLP. So I guess so. I guess. Okay.
Hello?
Thank you. Very, very interesting topic. Would you say that tanween now is the biggest problem to achieve the perfect model, or what is the main problem right now?
Yeah, so the main problem is whatever mark, whatever diacritic mark that appears in the last character, because the last character shows more about the syntactic, the part of speech, but not the semantic. So I think the RNN wasn't able to capture an interesting sequence. So it captures really well the sequence of the sequence of the input and map it to the sequence of output. But it fails sometimes. More time it fails for predicting the last diacritic marks in the last character in a word, more than the other diacritic marks that happens to appear in the middle or in the beginning. So I think I haven't done it, but I think if you add, it's called multitask learning. So if you add syntactic analyzer, tells us what the part of speech of each word, and augment more information, your model will be more informative and produce probably better accuracy than this. Yeah.
When you test your search or your programming, you find the output. What about the accuracy of this output?
The accuracy?
Yes.
Yes.
It's high, or you find
It was
not-
better
or-
than the.
or it's not perfect. That's what I mean.
It was better than the state of the art than the recent, but it is good. It's 2.32 I think, or 23, and this means that 2.32 out of 100. So if you have a sentence, okay, that has 100 characters, so only 100 yes characters, only 2 characters of the input is wrong. So the rest is good. So I tried it myself after the evaluation, and I was like, oh, this is magic. See, and sometimes it's long sentences, like 200, 300, 400 characters, and sometimes it produces no wrong at all.
Okay, thank you very much,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Al-Athiri, for your interesting presentation.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay, so the next presentation will be video recorded because the presenter could not come. As you know, there are some restrictions now on the flights. So the presentation will be by Xian He Zhu, and the title is Range-Based Confusion Matrix for Imbalanced Time Series Classification.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for joining our presentation. My name is Shinja, and my colleague Arturo is here with us as well. We both work as data scientists at MasterCard. Today, we'll present to you our paper, Range-Based Confusion Matrix for Imbalanced Time Series Classification. The main idea of the paper is a new evaluation methodology for time series classifier. Before we jump into the new methodology, let's take a look at the following scenarios. Imagine you have a model that alerts on potential system events. One of the alerts appear as what you see in Table 1 on this current slide. On March 11th, 7 p.m., the model produced an alert. 2 hours later, the system that is being monitored started getting into a problematic state. Based on the traditional point-to-point confusion matrix, the alert at 7 p.m. will be evaluated as a false positive, and the model outputs during the 2 system events will be marked as false negative. In reality, early alerting is actually preferred because that will give the operational team time to take preventive action before a system event occurs. Therefore, the point-to-point confusion matrix does not reflect the true performance of the alerting system in this scenario. Here is another scenario. The model alerted on March 11th, 2 p.m. While a system event concurrently happened, the model alerted again in the next hour. In this case, the second alert is considered as a false positive by a point-to-point confusion matrix. However, we argue that the trailing alert is harmless and should not be counted against the model performance. To illustrate the reasoning, imagine you being in a tornado event. The tornado siren goes on and goes off briefly after the tornado passes the alerted region. Even though the siren off timing is not perfect, the trailing siren should be considered harmless. What is not being addressed by the traditional point-to-point confusion matrix is the value of positional bias in a time series. During our research, most evaluation techniques remain under a point-to-point system. There is a small number of new works introduced in recent years to address the positional bias issue. The first one is the new meta anomaly benchmark, which has a window concept and a scaled sigmoidal scoring function. However, this benchmark has a few drawbacks. The measurement can be inconsistent with traditional methods. It is challenging to determine the window size. There are gaps in the scoring function. These drawbacks are mentioned in one of the papers by Singh and Olinsky in the 2017 IEEE IJCAN conference. Another work in this area is done by Tابعوا and his team. They redefined recall and precision using factors such as existence, size, position, and cardinality, combined in a weighted schema. However, we argue that determining factor weights can be very challenging, and the final score lacks intuition for practitioners to apply. And now I'm going to pass the presentation down to my colleague Arturo, and he's going to introduce a business case that we encounter at MasterCard.
Thank you, Steven. So now I'm going to talk about the business case problem where this research area was applied on. So this was applied on a topic related to the concept of application failures. So this concept of application failures is related to users accessing a web page and having the web page return an error code. More in particular, an HTTP error, which is other than 200. So everybody's familiar with this type of process. A person goes into a web page, they try to access your banking account or your checking account online, and then the web page returns you an error message, which everybody dislikes. So this is something that the companies don't like to see happening on their web pages, because these types of events lead to service disruptions, revenue loss, and reputational damage. There are hypotheses on why these types of things might happen. One of them is high utilization by users, saturation of the infrastructure. It could also potentially be changes implemented in the system by a developer, for example. They didn't test their code appropriately. And also another hypothesis is that there's possibly an increase in the user base of your product. So we have that problem in case. Now we would like to know how do we solve this problem? What's the proposed solution? So the proposed solution is, all right, let's build a model that predicts these application failures with enough time in advance as well, not just because 5 minutes predicting an application failure in advance, that's not enough time for an engineer. So we need to have 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours. This is something that needs to be decided with a discussion with business partners, domain experts, people that maintain the web page. And so that's how this is decided. Part of the proposed solution is not only to predict the failures, but also to create models that diagnose the underlying causes for this anomaly. Engineers don't only want to know, okay, something is going to fail. We also would like to know, people would like to know, why is it failing? How are they going to fix this stress in the infrastructure so that the response times also increase? Another important part of the proposed solution is there has to be a model which is lightweight enough and it's efficient enough so that we can put it in production, so that it's running live and it's receiving constant live streaming data, and the results are returned fast enough. Okay, so now that we know what type of solution we would like to see, now the next step is to say, okay, what data are we going to collect and from where? So in this case, our problem is related to web servers, databases, and so on. So what we're going to do is we will gather data from Splunk. Our infrastructure is recording continuously all of this machine data as time series. And in particular, we have data sets for all of these Unix type of data for all of our infrastructure. So we know that this type of infrastructure data will help us to pinpoint when there are saturations in the system, and that may lead us to have correct predictions of these error codes. Some of the predictors that we extracted are, for example, CPU time series, memory, input-output statistics, network statistics, bandwidth, process status, file system. We're hoping that this will help us out pinpoint our final response we're trying to predict. So now we are in the step of the modeling workflow. How are we actually going to utilize all of these data sets, correct? So yes, we have already identified the data sources. We have identified and we know that we have all of these OS type of data in Splunk. So now it's our time that we start putting all of the data together. So the label responses for our model are, as a reminder, all of these HTTP codes, which we're going to label as 0 or 1. 0 is non-erroneous and 1 is an error. Something to clarify is that is very important for these researches. This data is extremely imbalanced. For every error, we see about 10,000 non-errors, which is expected, correct? Because so many people go into the web pages and only a handful of people get these actual error responses. We're all familiar with this. Something that is important to mention is these time series, for example, CPU series, memory time series, they come in different granularities. For example, CPU might come in a 5-minute granularity, memory might come in a 15-minute granularity. So we have to find a way to put all of these data sets together. So what we decided is to reduce the granularity into a 1 hour time window. Yes. So in order to do that, is we take all of our time series and we do aggregations at the 1 hour time window. So to these aggregations, we applied some summary statistics like medians, high percentiles like 98 percentile, 99 percentile. This hopefully will help us out pinpoint extreme behavior in the infrastructure. So now that we have all of this data set, we end up with data that has anywhere from 150 to 200 features, which corresponds to all of our summarization of how the infrastructure is performing. And so we pair this to an hourly count of our responses, which is our HTTP errors, which are binary. So now these are merged and we have a complete data ready for modeling. So now, just to clarify, we have data that goes from January to March 2019. And what we do is we would perform a 50-50 split for training and testing. Something to pinpoint is we utilize feature importance algorithms as well to select the 15 most important features out of the 200. Why do we do this? Let's a reminder, this is a production level algorithm, so it's more difficult to have hundreds of features in production in a production model, because this might be computationally expensive, many more things prone to just go wrong, and so we want to have this running live streaming in a lightweight manner. So we did our splitting of training and testing on this 15 feature data set. We apply logistic regression, do some tuning, and once we are happy with our tuning, then we are ready to move on to the next level, which is now let's apply our new metric criteria on how to evaluate this imbalance time series. And for this area, or this part, now Steven is going to help us out explaining this part.
Here is the range-based confusion matrix defined in our paper. It is an enhancement of the point-to-point confusion matrix. A leading window and a trailing window are created for each server event. The size of the windows is determined by operational needs. For example, in our business case, the operational team decided to use a 2-hour leading window and a 1-hour trailing window. If an alert falls anywhere within the leading window, we consider the alert to be effective. Of course, a user needs to decide whether the signals need to be continuous or intermittent to be truly counted as effective alerting. This decision should be made based on the underlying driver of the alerts. When we have an early alert as what you see in the top portion of the diagrams, and we decide intermittent signal is acceptable for alerting. In other words, we do not need continuous signaling. The way we compute the range-based confusion matrix is simply modifying the results from a point-based confusion matrix. In this case, we increase the number of true positive by 1, increase the number of true negative by 1, and subsequently reducing the number of false positive by 1 and reducing the number of false negative by 1. Regarding signals or alerts in the trailing window, we do similar modification to results from a point-based confusion matrix. In this way, we take the positional value of an early alert or a trailing alert into account and do not hold them against model performance. Here is the performance comparison on our alerting system by point-based confusion matrix versus by a range-based confusion matrix. In this case, we use a 2-hour leading window and a 1-hour trailing window. Alerts in leading windows can be either intermittent or continuous to be considered effective, and alerts in trailing windows need to be continuous to be considered harmless. One thing to highlight here is the false positive to true positive ratio. We see the ratio decreased from 3:1 to almost 1:1 in all 4 server cases when we use the new evaluation method. This is a more truthful reflection of the performance of the alerting system and allows our business partner to adopt the system eventually. If we look at the ROC curves under the 2 confusion matrices, we see the area percentage increased from 60% to 75% when we changed from point-based confusion matrix to range-based confusion matrix. One thing we have noticed is that the maximum false positive rate, indicated by the vertical black dotted line in the plot, reduced from 100% to 56% after the evaluation method change. So when we use the range-based confusion matrix, the maximum false positive rate can be reduced. This is due to model outputs in the windows, regardless of what they are considered either true positive or true negative under some parameter setting. So that brings up some questions to be answered before we can use the range-based confusion matrix, and Arturo will go over the usage criteria of the range-based confusion matrix to you.
Thank you, Stephen. So now this is the slide where we are going to show the criteria we need to utilize in order to decide whether we can use this in our project or not. There's 3 questions that need to be answered. The first one is, how balanced is the data set? So the data set needs to be on balance in order for this to be an appropriate approach. The range-based confusion matrix produces minimal side effects when the data is in balance. But when the data is balanced, the evaluation matrix should not be used. Otherwise, we're going to get some results that are inappropriate. For example, if it's completely 50-50 the balance, then we might perceive that the idea that our model is performing perfectly, which is inaccurate. Next question we need to ask ourselves is, what are the sizes of these windows? The sizes of the windows need to be determined by the business partners, by their needs. These windows, they need to be large enough so that they can capture the positional value appropriately. However, small enough to avoid excessive reduction of maximum false positive rate. Third and last question is, should the alerts be continuous within the windows? One factor to consider is the predictive drivers behind the alerts. If the drivers are continuous, then the alerts should be continuous as well. So this brings us into our final conclusion slides. So in this work, we illustrated an enhanced approach to evaluate binary classification on imbalanced time series datasets. The improved metrics built on the classical point-to-point evaluation systems, and this actually represents an alternative for a scoring approach, which is in the classical confusion matrix. This approach rewards the predictive model when an alert falls within a preselected time range of the failure event, which is considered appropriate for this industrial setting that we shared with you. These improved metrics are simple to implement and tune. And furthermore, their message can easily be communicated to third parties as to how they were constructed, which is a very important aspect when working in industry. We want to be able to share this with business partners in an easy way that is understandable for them, and so that they understand the value that they bring. So this approach allows us to assess the merit of the model, which otherwise would have been disposed if we had not applied this scoring approach. So this reaches the end of our presentation. Now the next step is to exchange some questions in case there's some questions around.
Are there any questions? Okay. Okay, there is no question. So thank you for the presentation.
This is connected. Yeah, this one is connected from Japan.
Okay, so now it's the last presentation in this session. And it will be from Nami Harada from Japan. And the title is Applied Statistical Approach to Topic Analysis for More Comprehensive and Appropriate Modeling.
My name is Nami Harada from Osaka University in Japan. Thank you for your such precious chance to make a presentation about my research and discuss with you all. My presentation title is here, Applying Statistical Approach to Topic Analysis for More Comprehensive and Appropriate Modeling. My presentation is constructed with these items, from 1 introduction to 7 conclusion. First, as introduction, these days more and more data and variety of data. To utilize them with topic analysis are demanded to construct models appropriately and give us tips to interpret the result and understand what happened in the data field. So, data may have complex structure to construct a statistical model appropriately with topic analysis. This graph shows example. This is the data of sales history data. Each graph shows each month, and the height of the graph shows number of item ID, and colors show each cluster. Almost all products changes as month goes from red to blue. So, some others in green colored cluster are bought every month. I explain typical 3 methods of topic analysis. First, probabilistic latent semantic analysis, PLSA. PLSA include random variables X and Y. X and Y show each of their observed number. PLSA is easy to interpret result for the simple modeling. The model is shown in L, likelihood function, such simple condition. And condition is here in this figure. X and Y are observed, and conditional independent of semantic class variable U. PLSA is sensitive to initial value of EM algorithms to estimate their parameters. Latent Dirichlet allocation, LDA, constructs hierarchical model of Dirichlet distribution with semantic value of topic Z. Latent Dirichlet allocation is construct hierarchical model of topics Z of word W. This is one of typical generative models of words and the hypothesis of Dirichlet distribution. Fewer parameters than PLSA make the calculation time and cost of LDA smaller than PLSA. But the condition of Dirichlet distribution here can be impractical or inappropriate. Latent semantic analysis, LSA, decompose data matrix X and reduce dimension of data matrix to singular value decomposition, SVD. Number of singular values sigma can treat as semantic class of PLSA or LDA. LSA provides us reasonable dimensional reduction and clustering with singular value decomposition. But its result may be difficult to interpret because the data matrix X is decomposed to XK. Strong demand of various fields to topic analysis makes a lot of improvement and investigation of topic analysis. They suggest solutions to disadvantage of traditional topic analysis I explained before. These are some examples. First one, Farad and Chen suggest to solve sensitiveness of initial value of EM algorithm in PLSA. They suggest solution of singular value decomposition for to use initial variable of EM algorithm in PLSA. And others, there are many investigations of LDA to utilize mainly data in internet, such as e-commerce data, because IT companies have a amount of action history data of their customers. These are improved of LDA to express more complex data structure. This one is model correlated data, and this one is model hierarchical data structure. In our research, our goals are these: to construct appropriate models for data with complex structure and to obtain analysis results to understand and interpret easily. To achieve these goals, we suggest to apply statistical ideas and methods to topic analysis, particularly principal component analysis and biplot. Principal component analysis reduces the dimension of the data matrix and characterize data structure through eigenvalue decomposition. And biplot help our interpretation of PCA results because relationships of the rows and or columns of the data matrix remain through matrix decomposition, such as singular value decomposition or eigenvalue decomposition. My suggesting method is here. Polymax rotated LSA. These are algorithms of my suggestion. First, prepare co-observed numbers as a data matrix like usual PLSA. Then, orthogonalize the data matrix. Rotate data matrix to PCA Polymax rotation, whose dimension means number of principal components can be decided in the same way as usual PCA. Then get the principal component score matrix. Interpret the structure of the principal component score matrix with biplot. Then repeat the same process from 2 to 5 as 5 for this matrix. To investigate utility of my suggesting method, I made artificial data analysis as experiments. Data design is close to practical data I explained before and difficult to construct appropriate model with traditional topic analysis such as PLSA, LPA, and LSA. These figures show our experimental data design. It means example of history of sales, data, item, and ID being customers. The data have 5 orthogonal blocks and 1 rectangular block. Customers in orthogonal block will buy decided items, but customers in rectangular block buy every items. This structure is close to the data in real field and difficult to construct statistical model appropriately. And this matrix shows example results. We got two experimental results. The first experiment, the data have only 5 orthogonal blocks. The result of all methods, PLSA, LDA, LSA, and Polymax rotated LSA, found correct structure. But second experiment, data have not only 5 orthogonal blocks, but also rectangular block. The result is shown here. Only Polymax rotated LSA can find correct structure. 5 block, 6 block in row, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and 5 block in column, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. The experimental results show that only Polymax rotated LSA can find the correct structure of the data. To improve the suggesting method to be more useful, we have 2 tasks. First task is to interpret the total result of Polymax rotated LSA. 2 PCA results show relationship of rows and columns individually. We have to combine the 2 results of PCA and explain them simultaneously. Second task is to develop sequential Polymax rotated LSA process. How to choose number of principal components of PCA and calculate 2 PCA to characterize data structure and apply biplot to interpret the results sequentially. Finally, as conclusion, our suggesting Polymax rotated LSA solve the disadvantage of traditional topic analysis through statistical approach. It constructs appropriate model though the data have complicated structure. To PCA characterize the relationships of the rows and columns of the data respectively. It supports interpreting these results of dimensional reduction of the data matrix with biplot. And two experiments show the advantage of the method over the traditional topic analysis, PLSA, LDA, and LSA. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Any question? Okay, so we come to the end of this session. Thank you very much for your attendance and participation.
Thank you. Now we would like to invite Najla Al-Saidi, I think, that is going to present historic Arabic manuscript text recognition using convolutional neural network. So we would like to start the presentation. Is she around? Najla. We have. So she's not around. I copied somebody's presentation. Is it Nada's presentation? Nada, you are? Would you like to present now? We can have a... Would you like now or we should make a break? No, up to you. We have an option. Okay, so we would like to invite Nada Muhammad Almani for presenting deep attention-based review level sentiment analysis for Arabic tweets. Welcome.
Okay. First of all, I would like to welcome you and introduce myself. My name is Nada Al-Mani. I am assistant professor from King Abdulaziz University in Department of Information Technology. I'm presenting a research about deep attention-based Arabic review sentiment analysis. It's a collaboration research between our university and University of Surrey in UK. So our presentation outline is first we're gonna to introduce our topic, then the motivation of this research gonna be covered, then the contribution of this research, and a little background will be covered to let us understand the proposed model. Then the evaluation and qualification process gonna be presented. Then we're gonna conclude our presentation. So this research is about sentiment analysis, which is a field of information technology that is about classifying review into polarities, positive or negative, or some has third class. So traditionally, machine learning algorithm has proven its efficiency in such algorithms. However, these algorithms actually, or the systems, are faced by several challenges that come from the nature of the input text data that's going to be processed. So one of these challenges is to transfer the free-form unstructured text into a structured format. The second challenge that faced by such a system is the high dimensionality nature of the input text data. So actually, we need a system that extracts semantic features rather than feature engineered features. So we need actually a model that is learn the feature rather than has handcrafted features. Because the semantic actually features has a positive contribution on the sentiment classification process. We are working now to have a model that learn the feature. So we need to have a model automatically learn the feature without the need to have any human intervention or prior domain knowledge. So the idea here is to go into a field called feature learning, also known as deep learning or representation learning. Here we are utilizing many layers neural network or deep neural networks to discover the internal semantic or internal features that has more contribution on the process of sentiment classification. Here, however, we are using actually deep models, deep neural models, but despite its efficiency, we can see that these kind of models suffering from the black box phenomena. So here we are trying to just discover or evaluate the output of these models. So the ultimate goal here is to feed the system with Arabic reviews, understand these words, and classify the sentiment according to these silent words or important words. So the main contribution of this research is to propose deep attention-based review-level sentiment analysis model for classifying the review polarity. So the second important contribution actually is to understand the neural network behavior by opening the black box of these models and visualize their result. And actually this contribution, I can say that this is the first research done in for Arabic language that investigate and just trying to evaluate the output of such models. So here is some of background to understand the model, the proposed model. Traditionally, when we are working with the natural language processing with neural networks, we are working actually with the traditional way is to transform the text into one-hot encoding. Here we have a binary vector. The length of this vector is equal to the length of the vocabulary, the corpus, the vocabulary in the corpus, and we just positioning one in the place of the word we are concerning about. So this vector is based on statistical way, and it doesn't do anything to represent the word meaning. Here, the motivation to investigate another way to represent the semantic meaning of the input text is raised as well. So The solution here is to use the neural language modeling, which is a model or another vector representation for the input text based on a neural network. Here we have, rather than statistical high dimensionality vector representation, here we will have a distributed representation, which is a mathematical object to represent the words in the corpus. This mathematical distributed representation can capture the semantic and the context and the meaning of the words in the corpus. It is learned actually by using neural network, and then we can use it in another neural network for all natural language processing tasks. We are about to producing a model for it. So this distributed, or let's say the one-hot encoding representation, here we call it distributed word representation or word embedding. It's a technique for language modeling and feature learning which transform words in the vocabulary to vector in continuous real number. Another technique that we're going to apply it on our model is using the attention mechanism. Actually, when we are working with the natural language processing, we are usually using the RNN or recurrent based neural layer as it's proven its efficiency and have higher accuracy in the natural language processing problems. But actually what is done is to trying to transform too much information into too limited space. So the output of this layer is a distributed, or let's say, a review representation or a sentence representation. It's going to be compacted into too limited space. The problem with the RNN is that it's for a long sequence, it's started to forget the important information and it cannot capture a long sequence. So here they need to represent just the important part of the review and include it in the final representation is reason. And this is what attention mechanism trying to do, is to just highlight the important words that has a high influence on the final review representation and code it into the final representation or the dense representation that's gonna be outputted from the system. So it's a pure reduction process that transforms the input hidden representation into the final, most informative, if I can say, dense representation, relying on the concept of the memory network. Here we have a long-term memory that is jointly learned with the goal of the classification process. The most important thing is that we let the attention component to be differentiable so that we can learn it in end-to-end manner with the training process. So this is an overview of our model. The model here accepts a review with N words, we have a fixed length. And if the review is less than this fixed length, we're going to pad it with the padding token. And the model objective is to examine the use of attention mechanism in detecting the most informative word that contribute to the final polarity for Arabic reviews. So the model here, it's deep model, so it's deepened into many layers. And we will apply binary sentiment classification because we have two classes, positive and negative. The input here, we're going to use distributed vector representation for words within review. We will use a pre-trained, so we apply the transfer learning here technique. We have pre-trained word representation going to be accepted by the model. And this is a general overview of the model. The training set going to be pre-processed first, then a version of pre-processed input data going to be generated, along with a dictionary of word embedding to the corresponding words in the data set, gonna be input to the model, our model, deep attention review level sentiment analysis, to predict the final review class label. So this is a more detailed description about the model, the deep attention review level sentiment analysis. As we said, it's deepened into many layers. The first layer is the embedding layer. Here, the transformation gonna has place. We're gonna to transform each word with its corresponding value from the word embedding. After that, these representation gonna be processed by using GRU layer that's gonna generate the hidden review representation for this, let's say the intermediate hidden review representation. After that, it's gonna be processed by using the attention layer to highlight the most informative word in the review that's gonna be contribute to the classification process. So the experiments, first, it has two objectives. The first objective is to examine the power of using attention layer. The second objective is to examine the effect of transfer learning by using different pre-trained word embedding, and the accuracy gonna be examined. The data set that used is a large Arabic review data set with two classes of polarity, negative and positive. It's for the training phase, we use around 12,000 review, and for testing, 4,000 review were used. The length of each review is set to 460 words, which is the mean of all reviews. And we use many batches of 32 with the cross entropy loss function, trained with 30 epochs. And this is the tool that we use it for this model. Here, the evaluation and the qualification process is the most important part of our research. Here, we're gonna examine the process of training. We just monitor the training process. Then we will just make analysis for the output of this model in the qualification process. So we have evaluation process where the training process is monitored, and the qualification process where the different learned review representation were visualized and analyzed, and trying to find out a relation between these output. So this is only the model visualization. All models are visualized, and we also visualizing the accuracy, recall, precision, and measure for each model examined. Then here is what is differentiate our work is to trying to utilize using the attention layer by outputting the value of the neural network that was being locked before using the attention layer. We cannot reach this value. So here we just trying to visualize the review representation. This is called a heat map, which is the value for the whole review, not a single word. But as we can see that we cannot just detect anything from this heat map. It's a colored, or let's say a numbered with different intensity, and we just plot it. But when we trying, we just bring two, let's say two contracted review, let's say beautiful book, and the book is not beautiful. And when we make some make a difference between them, we just find out a dimension that we think that this is the negation dimension that is responsible about negation in the model. It's brightly highlighted. Another visualizing is to visualize the attention score, the calculated score, the calculated importance score for each review. This is give us some feedback about, from the model, how the model realizes the input review. Does it understand what has been inserted, or just calculating over the words? So this is an example of what we are trying to visualize. Let's say الكتاب بسيط وسعيد. the model gives بسيط, well, sorry, ضعيف, actually. The model giving the word ضعيف a high score, which is maybe a weak in English. It gives it a high score, which leads us to just understand that the model realizes that ضعيف or weak is a negative word in Arabic. So that's why this negative score is given to this review, because of ضعيف. And this is another visualizing representation. We just plot the value in an HTML file to give it more readable format. So here, actually, we utilize this visualization into many of case studies to trying to, let's say, analyzing different Arabic language, linguistic, grammar. So here we did many use cases, but for now I'm just gonna to present one because of the time constraint. We're gonna to the cases that we're gonna to we're gonna to present it here is detecting context meaning of an adjective. Here we have examining the ability of the model to detect the correct polarity for the same word placed in different contexts. For example, here the same word بسيط, in English simple, have been placed in two different contexts, one positive and one negative. So here I just wanted to realize what the model, just how the model dealing with this situation. So here our model can detect, this is the attention-based DRLS model, can detect ضعيف as the most informative word that leads to this polarity, which is 0.39 negative, okay? On the other hand, if you can say the baseline model, which is GRU model without using attention layer. Here we can see that بسيط got the most informative word, or the highest score with بسيط. In the other context, if we can say the positive context, here the GRU, the baseline model, again select بسيط with the highest score. On the other hand, I can find that the attention-based select wa, which is and in English, to be the most informative word, which is give us some clue about that the model can understand some of the Arabic linguistic. Wa is adat atf, and so both the word that come before wa and after wa sharing the same meaning. And this is what we got, all basit wa jamil having all the same or around the same numbers. So this is also can give us a clue that the model can detect some of the linguistic features in Arabic language. Okay, this is another case study that has been done for the negation. I'm just gonna go fast. الكتاب جميل, الكتاب غير جميل, والكتاب ليس جميل. Here, the most informative point is that the model can distinguish between غير and ليس. And what is surprising in Arabic that غير and ليس, غير is حرف نفي and ليس is غير, sorry, one of them is considered as a verb and the other one is considered as أداة نفي. غير verb, yes, yeah. This is what we can see, that one of the models cannot detect these features. And giving غير here, let's say the GRU, this is the baseline, it gives غير a positive classification, okay? And we can see that it's, yes, it's misclassified, but if we cannot, if we do not use any of the adat al-nafi, any of the negation words, it got a positive with 83. But when we use غير, it comes 0.74, so it decreases the percent. But when we use ليس, it becomes more positive, so it cannot detect that Laysa is Adat Nafi, okay? But on the other hand, we can see here that our model, or the proposed model, the rate continue to decreases with Ghayra and with Laysa. Without any negation, we got 0.51. When we use the negation, we cannot see that the percentage starting to decreases, which means that the model can detect the verb and can detect the Adat al-Nafi. So this is what we have proposed is a sentiment analysis model based on attention-based layer. It's a deep model. And the most important thing that we offer a visualization tool that trying to visualize the output of this model. We hope that we can actually collaborate with linguistic departments in our university. Actually, we started this collaboration so that we can have a Arabic linguistic specialist with us to help us investigate the output of this model so that we can come up with a model that really understands the Arabic language rather than just a random results. Thank you.
For your presentation. Okay. Do we have any question from the women's side? Yeah, okay. So we have got one.
Well, thank you so much for the informative presentation. I'm just wondering, the model tested, was it based on the motivation or was it aligned with the motivation behind this study? I mean, was it a human-free intervention?
Yes, actually, we did not interfere with the system or the model. We just make pre-processing for the data set. And then the model understands the most informative words, and the score that, the output score of this model, it's completely autonomous, and we don't have any human intervention.
What about the input?
The input is the word embedding, the distributed representation for each word. We use a pre-trained word embedding. We use two kinds of, we just wanted to study the effect of using different kind of pre-trained word embeddings on the overall accuracy. We found that, yes, if we use one of the word embedding, we got a better accuracy than the other one. The word embedding is the, let's say, قيمة مقابلة for each word, a distributed representation for each word. This distributed representation convey meaning, which means this is a dictionary, a complete dictionary for each corpus used, so it's trained and it's ready to use. So we used two, and we got different in the accuracy, but there's no intervention or human intervention, actually.
Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum. يعطيك العافية. I want to ask about the model. Like in word simple, بسيطة, in Arabic, can I give you this word, different sentence, different meaning?
Yes.
Okay. If I have paragraph, and I have this word many times, it's repeated. This model, can you give me the good accuracy in the output with good meaning?
Yeah, you mean it can detect the context?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the basit has different context each time.
Yeah, in one paragraph,
yes.
I talk.
Yes.
If you applied this model about this paragraph, can I get a good result with a perfect accuracy?
Well, initially,
you try that in some application?
We did not try it. We just applied on sentiment analysis. The average length of our review was 460, which is quite long sentences. Yes, we got a good result, but again, this is just initial result. We need to investigate more to get much better. That's why we are collaborating with the linguistic science.
Thank you.
Lord Dr. Nada. So we will have a prayer break for 10 minutes, and then we come back and we will have a final session
that it will be around 2 presentations. One will be from states, and that is about also deep learning. So let's get back after 10 minutes. Yeah, thank you.
يا صادق.
بكره الظاهر الجلسات افضل. شوف فيها 2 بانل سيشنز حتى هم مسوي لها هايلايت حسابهم حتى 10 و11. هم الاوبننج بكره 9. بتبادها بوسترز وبالها
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Welcome back to the session. This session we will have a presentation from Abrar Al-Umar Al-Khamisi and Rashid Mahmood. The title of the talk is Leveraging Machine and Deep Learning Model to Quantify the Impact of Events on the Aviation System. Ms. Abrar is going to start her presentation by a video. She couldn't join her and she's over the Skype, so then we will have a question answer session with her. So looking forward to informative session. Thank you.
Ensemble machine and deep learning module for risk prediction in aviation system. This work done by Abrar Al-Khamisi and Professor Rashid Mahmoud in King Abdulaziz University. The outline of this presentation: introduction, lecture review, problem statement, proposal methodology, experiment evaluation, and conclusion. The machine learning has become critical for extract hidden insight from the complexity and dynamical data set. The development in machine learning method have made application possible in different domains, allowing the business and other organizations to predict the future and make better decisions. The aviation comprises a critical system where life of the people depended in the correct operation. The aviation industry has depended strictly to make sense of the multiple dimension heterogeneous data generated from the sensor in the airplane and related system. Moreover, the lack of the annotation of the flight, even over the massive volume of the flight activity, completed the prediction of the risk. The researchers in the aviation have shifted the attention toward machine learning to ensure the safety and improve the optimizes operational performance by unlock of big data through prediction analysis. However, the machine learning have limitation such maintaining the statistical accuracy under fluctuation flight even characteristic. Deep learning has emerged as a better alternative of the machine learning in many problem domains. Deep learning enables the learning of the complexity non-linear relation in the flight data set, helping in discovery of the hiding pattern in data. Deep learning have disadvantages included large data set and greater learning time and computation resource. The current work have aviation risk prediction system focus in the single learning module, either machine learning or deep learning, that led to an efficiency result while handling typical heterogeneous and fluctuation data. The paper proposal novel safety assurance model for aviation system basis in the ensembling of the machine learning and deep learning algorithm to improve the prediction of the risk. The lecture review. The research work analyzed behavior, defined the risk quantitative and safety assessment of the area transport system is emergency to ensure the safety in aviation. The risk manager system in aviation improve the safety of the customer and meet the user satisfied level. As we see in the reference, there are many work. I explained the references 8. The fluctuation analyze detected module explored the past flight sensor data for detected the fault of the Arctic curve compounded. It utilizes the randomly forest algorithm for constructor the fault classification module. However, the work looked to analyze the complexity relation between the feature. In reference 10, by employee, the learning machine significantly defined and analyzes imaging the massive aviation data set. The external learning machine ensure a good generated and fast training for developer the scalability analyze the detected system. In the references 11, The production possible accident, they work employee, the logics recreation machine learning module is take advantage different cases accident data for prospective production of the every situation. The lecture review in references 16. The RTCRAFE developer production module based the neural network technical that robust and better accuracy by consider the dynamical and non-linear properties of the data presented in issue of the contacts and orientation. However, it is full evaluated the result in really worked data. The problem statement. Most of the research work have been focused either machine learning or deep learning in the aviation safety management system to improve the better outcome while dealing the heterogeneous data. The aviation system using the machine learning technical outperforming in risk prediction rather than the stratify method. However, the process of the massive structure and unstructured heterogeneous flight data in dynamic environment using the individual machine learning module is a permission issue with the prediction, the risk basis in the flight data that hurt the prediction model. To enhance the accuracy, the circle approach explored data ensemble classifier module for dealing with the enormous heterogeneous data. However, the local of the knowledge about the importance of the classes you under a variance condition led in efficiency result in production model. Most of the traditional work employ the deep learning module for holding the heterogeneous data that learn full feature of the flight data. Discovery the complexity relation with the flight feature and even consequence is a quite channel task. In addition, they still lack of the integrated the knowledge from the heterogeneous source that decline the performance of the predicted module. The proposal methodology. The proposal method employs the framework of the ensemble of the machine learning algorithm and deep learning method. However, the lack of the knowledge of the pre-process of the heterogeneous unstructured and structured data production inefficiency. Therefore, the proposal method attempt to apply a variable pre-process technical that improvement the work. In this, we are using 3 algorithms in machine learning, as machine learning. Other hand, we using the deep learning technical receive that are better to other method in decision make that outstanding performing for complexity data. As a result, the integration of the both fine-tuned sampled classification and deep learning technology and deep learning technology that are be accuracy for prediction the system respectively. These are the figure 1, the general procedure of the proposal method. We have 4 steps: the deep learning based decision making for categorized data, ensembling based decision making for text data for aviation system, fine-tuning the result of the ensembling classified using differentiate score, combination the result of the decision model for prediction. Let's start with the first one. We using recurrent neural network proposal for identifying the complexity relation between the contacts and event sequences. It can remember the information through the time and remember the feature of the early input. According to the proposal method, expected the RNN module to yield the classes label with the rank of the score in which are in a module receiving the categorized data as input. The second, ensemble-based decision make for text data of the evaluation system. The ensemble of the machine learning method can be a meta-algorithm that associated differentiation machine learning technical in one predictive model for reducing the variance or enhancement the prediction. The sample classification entirely respected, selected, and training of the algorithm in such way basis learning never make error concurrently. The proposal method have three algorithms. The first one supported factor machine, maximum interval, and novel bias classifier. The CVM classification is based hypothesis of the decision plan that specific the decision boundary. The SVM separated the feature of the continuous variance classes membership from the text classification. We have also the maximum interval classification is capability to take accounted numerous feature of the input data during uniformly as possible. Moreover, it prevents any independent submission between the feature for text classification. Finally, novel puzzle classification, a probability machine learning classification, which is basis the Buzz theory that submission features are independently. The proposal method applied the data pre-processed technical for text data of the evaluation system to receive the issue of the noise data. The fine-tuning the result in sampling classification using a differentiated score. The each classes in sampling classification process variance learning applied based in the characteristic. The deviated with the performance of the every individual classified is in the sampling is criteria predicted. The key factor behind the differentiated computer is a defined promises classification. Here we started with the equation 1 that proposes estimation degree of the similarity between the classified result through the equation 1. Then we are evaluating the course against deviated between the classification result using the equation 2. Inserted of the consider the courses against deviation score alone. The proposal method consider identically performing of the classification and deviated performing of the classification to computer fine a grade deviated score. According to the equation 3, the fine grade deviated score for equation 3, the proposal method segment weight to classification, which result the classifier with the high weight has below deviated. Then the combination, the result of the decision module for prediction. Then we have combination, the ensemble of the machine learning method and deep learning method that make strong decision for risk prediction. These are the figure 2, and this is the entirely work procedure of the proposal method. The experiment evaluation. In the experiment evaluation, we are using the Python, and we're using the library also, and Jupyter Notebook version in 5.7.4. The dataset, we utilize the evaluation software reporting system, database, exploited 12 years report from the January 2006 to December 2017. It's composite 6 main variables such as place, environment, compounded personal archive, and event. These are the data set is a result from the human factor research and policies development. They included the accident report over the past years, all years. The experiment result for evaluation. In order to evaluation classification performance of the proposal approach, the experiment framework employee, the three matrix, the precision, the recall, and if manager. Let's start with the pre-selected and recall for ensemble model, as we see in the figure, and we'll see also the table, the classification report. The ensemble module archive 288. The 88, these have a good result because we combination SPM and novel bias and maximized entropy classification method. Furthermore, it's applied to the differentiated score strategy in the classification result of the ensemble classification. Give important this important for classification proof permission result. Premises result, a good result. The pre-selected recall for RNN module, as we see in the figure. They are have by 72%. They fact consider the complex relation between the flight event and their consequences. The deep learning module analyzes the template of the correlation between the data during the classification to ensure most reliable result. In constraint of the ensemble of the machine learning classification module. The last one, the pre-selected and recall graph for combination module. The combination, these are combination method reach to 88%. Take the advantage of the both ensemble machine learning and RNN classification module. Help the hyper module to support the dimension reduce rather than individual model that cannot handle the massive variation data is alone. Also, the last one, F score for model. This the first model is ensemble model. Augmentation 88 of the low and 89 for the media and 87 for high risk. Novel, we using three algorithm. The novel basis classes analysis feature based in the submission independently feature and constraint the maximum interval that take accounted independently between the feature to give a good result. The RN deep learning module reach the 74 for low risk and 74 for high risk and 67 for middle classes. It is easy to learn from the massive structure variation data with responsible time automatically. It does not require the manual effort for feature extraction. The last one, the combination classification, 88 of low classes risk and 89 for media and 87 F score for high risk. The proposal module better value F score by make adaptive decision with respected variable income data structure, included the structure and your structure flight data. In conclusion, this work has presented hyper aviation risk prediction module for forecasting the level of the risk in terms ensure the aviation system safely. It is employ the recurrently neural network for large-scale heterogeneous data and complexity relation to enhancement production performance. Also, to learn the text data of the verification system proposal methodology with machine learning based in sampling classification that expected the prediction result of the risk level with the regarded deviated score strategy. Finally, to ensure the safety, the system RB prediction the risk level by combination prediction outcome of the two model. The future work will be incorporation additional information such as prevent accusation take by the pilot to overcome the binomial flight event, which help to handling UNC event or failure. We also consider the pilot related factor in a flight crash, such as medical condition, flight experiment. These are the references. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Abrar. So we would open the floor for any questions, if somebody would like to ask. Thank you, Ms. Abrar, and we are looking forward tomorrow also to listen to your presentation tomorrow also. So would you like to add something to your presentation now?
No, thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. So we will end our session now, and tomorrow we are going to start by 9:30, and we have one keynote, and after that we have a very nice panel discussions, two panel discussions. One is called as AI governance, and second is called as AI enablement. For the speakers who are non-native, like non-Arabic speakers, we will have a facility of translation also. So please recommend it to attend. Thanks a lot. Barakallahu feekum.
Thank you. Bye.